hello, hello, Calais. A little bit late for Valentine's Day. My name is Notepad Anon, and I write games for fun. But we're not going to be writing a game today. We're instead going to be going over a few. It's romance, love, burning passions, and exciting adventures, and all that other bullshit. Really. Romance is a fairly common topic of stories, of people, of love and life, and all that other jazz. People do things because they love someone. People act in ways because they like someone. That's a very human factor of life. That's a very human story. And if you look all throughout history, you can find dozens upon dozens. Only girl who stole my heart without seeing it. Bitch, no one has seen your heart unless she killed your ass or is your cardio surgeon. Hey, don't worry, Manly. But romance is a very fascinating time because romance stories are probably the most popular kind of fiction in the world. Easy. Now, what do I mean by this? Now, I just want to do like a romance novel. Now, if you go to any store, if you go to any corner mart or any place, you will find hundreds of these books. Like Nighthawk, Queen Move by Kennedy Ryan, Romancing the Pen, writing romance novels. Queen Charlotte, of course, a proposal they can't refuse. There are hundreds of these kinds of books, and you can really find any kind of these books. Let's just do cowboy romance novel. Wow, look, there's quite a wrapped and strapped, bonded, cowboy fire, tough luck cowboy, a cowboy kind of thing. Harlequin novels. Now, usually, let's try to find a what happens if I type in alien? Ah, yes, his to claim, saved by the female alien, alien embrace, Tao, a bride for the alien king, and there are theoretically hundreds of these kinds of books out there. I want to do a fantasy romance. It's a fantasy romance novel. Of course, the Warlord's Queen, 6 Crimson Cranes, Obsidian Feathers, The Dragon's Bride. I have a, oh no, blue people. Oh, we got a manly co-host right off the bat. Hello, manly co-host. Of course, we have our very own, our very own Cupid. Of course, we've got manly Cupid here. Get over there, Kenji. Then Mara immediately shoots Cupid. Cupid has arrived. He shot his bow and then immediately was shot by the A-10 Warthog. Don't worry, Kenji. You'll always be here with me. Love is dead. Okay, I support Mara on this one. But romance novels, you can find any kind of romance novel of your choice if you look hard enough. Now, romance, obviously, in tabletop role-playing games is a little bit complicated. Also, there's also Amish romance novels. I have learned that pretty much every country has a version of the Amish romance novel. Every country has a slightly different version of this, but like this hyper-specific Amish romance stories, and they're usually written by like the same people, or yeah, they're all vaguely the same. Now, acidic romance novel? There's no love here. This one was bad. What, you don't like Cupid Manly? Manly, you didn't like little Cupid Manly with his little love bow? But, generally speaking, romance on the table gets a little bit strange. Romance on the table gets a little uncomfortable for everyone involved, and I'll tell you why. So I wanna, we go here back to fantasy romance novels, and we see handsome strangers and very, guy's just wearing jeans. Handsome strangers and claimed by the shadow dragon. We see all these things, but if we do TTRPG group, yeah, this is I want you to imagine you're sitting around a table with your friends, and you're like, all right, it's time for romance. Are you ready to smooch some people? No. Everyone's going to get weirded out by it. Everyone's going, the line of uncomfortableness is very thin around this. The line of saying, nope, abso-fucking-lutely not, this is weird, this is good, this is strange and cringe, is very, very thin. So I wanted to go out, almost read only by within 50 miles, almost gonna be, and nowhere else. No, that's the best part. You can find them anywhere. I've been across the US of A, my friend, and I see those romance novels everywhere. They're never in real bookstores, though, Ethical. You have to remember that. They're never in real bookstores. They are in the Walmart book aisle. You see some... I can guarantee you, if you go down to Florida, you'll see Bayou romance novels, because they're going to sell like hotcakes. Billion-dollar franchise. Now, romance tabletop role-playing games. There's a couple games that like to bill themselves with romance tabletop games, and one of those most popular ones is Thirsty Sword Lesbians. Of course, we all love Thirsty Sword Lesbians, but there's a couple other games that, like to pitch themselves as romantic. Now, if we go to, let's say, Good Society. Good Society is a Jane Austen game. Jane Austen books are nominally romance stories. They are. Let's not kid ourselves here. We don't look at you want to look at hunky bachelors, and wayward heiresses. We don't look at that and be like, ah, yes, this is going to be a fun and exciting story about chaste relationship. No. We wanna fuck. One of the ones I remember is the Dune Rose. This is a tabletop role playing game, which is aping those romance novels. Unfortunately, they don't really go too far on that angle, though. And there were a couple other ones. I will actually open up all the ones I went over, because I don't believe I made a video of all of them. Because there were a lot of them. Scandalous. Hello, Scandalous. We have Courtesans. Courtesans TTRPG. This one is very much less about... much less about romance and more about having sex. Because you're a whore. Do you get it? Because you're a whore who sleeps with men for money. We have high school harem comedy, The Romance Trilogy, and of course such artistic pieces such as A Place to Fuck Each Other. But we're gonna look at a few games today. I'm gonna look at a few, and I'm gonna give you a hint here. They are not good. Not one. I was not surprised by any of them. I was emotionally and painfully reminded that these are bad. Mostly high number of FNAF guts. Mostly just flats for sexual. So, I have a very, I kind of pushed the definition a little here because we were looking at things that were a little bit, this is already a very niche genre within tabletop role-playing game. Because if we were to look at, if we would say romance TTRPG, what pops up? And if we go here, and like, what's your favorite star-crossed Monster Hearts, Good Firebrands, Dungeon Bitches, star-crossed? I'm like, all of this is PBTA stuff. And, or like, Bluebeard's Brides. Yeah, this is the romance RPG. Man, I love fucking Bluebeard's Bride. Like, even let's tag this romance on DTRPG. Castle Falkstein, Pendragon, Ryutama, Honor and Intrigue. Oh no. We're not looking at exactly high praise for many things here. But games. I don't really have a good list this time around. There's no good order. Because generally speaking, every game we're going over sucks. All of them. Well, Pendragon Campaign does have elaborate rules for knightly romance. True. But that's not the main focus. So, I think our first game we should go over. Well, actually, let's introduce them. We have What If We Kissed? A toolkit for indulging. We have Mechtors, Pastoral Life and Love on the Heartland, which you may be thinking, wow, cool mech. It's not a mech. We actually have the entirety of the Lady Blackbird saga. Yes, we're gonna go over the entirety of the Lady Blackbird saga because there's 2 more. Did any of you know that there were 3 chapters to the Lady Blackbird saga? Neither did I. We also have Kissing Capes. You know, good old fashioned Kissing Capes. And Heroine. Of course, good old Heroine, which obviously is that. And how can we forget such a popular game, 300 Gay Men? So, need to get all the representation. Love is not just for ladies and gentlemen. Make sure to kiss your homies goodnight. What is Lady Blackbird Heroine? So, let's start with something. Should we start on a high note or should we start on a low note? Do you want the descent into madness, or do you want the climb into madness? Because both of the 3 gave it a cow. Start from the best. Start from the best. That's a very complicated statement. Okay, but you want to know what? Here's what we're gonna do. I believe this is the. Come on. Let's do Lady Blackbird. Lady Blackbird nominally is a game about romance. What is Lady Blackbird? You probably have heard of this game, whether or not you want to or not. The basic premise is simple. Lady Blackbird is on the run from an arranged marriage to Count Carlo. She has hired a smuggler skyship, the Owl, to take her from her palace of the imperial world of Elysium, the far reaches of the remnants, so she could be with her once secret lover, the pirate king Uriah Flint. However, just before reaching the halfway point of Haven, the Owl was pursued and captured by the imperial cruiser Hand of Sorrow, now under charges of flying a false flag. Even now, Lady Blackbird, her bodyguard, and crew of the Owl are detained in the brig, while the commander of the cruiser, Captain Hollis, runs a smuggler ship's registry over the wireless. It's only a matter of time before they discover the outstanding warrants and learn that the Owl is owned by none other than the infamous outcast Cyrus Vance. How will Lady Blackbird and the others escape the Hand of Sorrow? What dangers lie in their path? Will they be able to find the secret lair of the Pirate King? If they do, will Uriah Flint accept Lady Blackbird as his bride? By the time they get there, will she want him to? Bum, bum, bum. So, this one's a little odd. Basic idea, this is actually a game by John Harper. Now, if that name sounds familiar to any of you, it really should. John Harper, otherwise known as the guy who made Blades in the Dark. So, if we go to, just to kind of give you an idea, this is John Harper, not him. You know John Harper already. He made Blades in the Dark, and one of his more famous games is Lady Blackbird. Lady Blackbird is probably one of the games that he is most known for. I believe we're going over the revision of this game. But yeah, this is Lady Blackbird. You know, kind of see all here. You see the owl. You know, one of my favorite games for a player. All these beautiful, wonderful things. And this game came out a long time ago. Now, if we go to... let's do Lady Blackbird. Lady Blackbird RPG is a little bit complicated to find because you have to go to this to actually understand when it came out. This game came out in 2010. Actually, about 2009, 2010. This game is over a decade old. And in some cases, in possibly over a decade and a half old at this point. Yes, this game's is an oldie at this point. Pretty fucking old. Its subsequent games are not as well known by a long shot. Now, yeah, shut up and sit down is done. A lot of people have talked about. This is the Lady Blackbird website. This is not Lady Blackbird, because this is by a guy named Hedgemage Press. Go to Hedgemage Press, you know, this is them. This is not actually John Harper, because Lady Blackbird is technically free. It was originally created by John Harper from OneSeven Design. You can actually download Lady Blackbird right here. And you know, you see Magister Lore Skurlock. Yeah, though that's not really. Yeah, here's John. He makes $1,500 a month doing these things. We can respect him. He's the man who makes money doing tabletop role-playing games and probably doesn't need a Patreon anymore because, you know, he owns Blades in the fucking Dark, but hey, what do I know, right? But yeah, this is just one of those weird moments, is that technically this game is a free game. We're going to go over this version just for the sake of completeness. But you know, there is, you know, blank character sheets and things like that. Talking about Lady Blackbird is weird because it's an old game. But it's an old game by someone who is far, far, far more famous for another game. And whether we would like to believe that or not, John Harper doesn't really talk about Lady Blackbird all that much anymore. Why would he? He's got Aegon, Blades in the Dark, Blazers and Feelings. Those are a little bit, more well-known than the Wild Blue Yonder or anything. Hi, Quins. Yes, John Harper, love or hate John Harper, that is entirely your belief system. I feel nothing because I think Blades in the Dark is an incredibly boring game by an incredibly boring man. But, Lady Blackbird, is there anything else to talk about? No. What do I mean by that? No, this is it. What else do you want to know? There is nothing more to know about. It's technically from the Tales from the... Let me see. Tales from the Wild Blue Yonder. And if you look at the Tales from the Wild Blue Yonder, it is these three things. Interrelated games. Oh, yeah. won the critically acclaimed upon 2009. It was lightly hacked and copied. Yeah, the following chapters were released starting in early 2015. It was 6 years before he released Chapter 2 or Chapter 3. You kind of see here, both of these games are from 2015. These games are almost a decade old at this point, and Lady Blackbird's older than most. Will he go back to the Wild Blue Yonder? No, he won't. I'm going to tell you why. Because this is Lord Skurlock. You may be wondering, who is Lord Skurlock? Well, very simply put, he is now a Blades in the Dark NPC of Duskfall. Did he just say, I don't want to work on the Wild Blue Yonder anymore, and just convert most of it to Blades in the Darks? I can't believe it's not fucking Dishonored setting. Yeah, that's pretty much it. Let's get into it. Let's learn a little bit. I want to learn. I want to learn how do I play a Lady Blackbird game, and it is funny. I always like seeing I always like seeing who did what. Quinn's is so close to having the perfect soy check physiognomy. Yes. I used to watch a lot of Shut Up and Sit Down, but then I stopped watching Shut Up and Sit Down because it stopped being funny. And it was like, oh. Why does this keep happening? Let me get so, first things first, influences. Clinton R. Nixon, James W. West, Luke Crane, etc. The weird thing is, we're going to see something early on here, and that is, I think Clinton R. Nixon was the first one to use arguably the main mechanic in this game. A major mechanic. I believe it was Nixon. But if these names look familiar, remember this came out in 2009. These names look familiar because they are Clinton R. Nixon. We know Clinton R. Nixon because he was effectively the co-founder of the Forge. Luke Crane, he is a fairly big guy in this one. Vincent Baker, of course. Jonathan Walton, Judd Carlman, Jason Morningstar. We also know him by Bully Pulpit Games. Fred Hicks, founder of Evil Hat. Now, the thing is, there are some notable absences. I find those notable absences very funny. Mostly Ron Edwards is not in here. I was like, that's very funny. But then you see things like Joss Whedon, George Lucas, Hayao Miyazaki, because, Reiko Kodama, because Hayao Miyazaki is everything. Remember that. All Japanese anime are simply, Hayao Miyazaki likes. And then, of course, Reiko Kodama, who made the Tales of series. Where I don't really see the influence here. I don't really see any of these influences outside of the pitch, but if we're going over, also, Sage LaTorra, this is one of those other funny things, just because I just saw it. Sage LaTorra wrote was one of the co-writers of Dungeon World. Because remember, everyone knows each other. Always remember that. So, how do we play the game? Well, here's the basic setting. Basic concept of the setting is very, very simple. Do you see this? This is the entirety of everything. This is the entire universe. And all of these are small little microplanets that you can go around, and it takes not too long to traverse the entire galaxy via skyships. But oh no, there's horrible things in there that want to probably eat your face. What they're trying to do is get from Elysium to Haven to the Remnants. A shattered world circling a dimming star. They talk about things, and it's like, wow. Now, this is one of your basic characters. This is Natasha Siri, otherwise known as Lady Blackbird. An imperial noble, in disguise, escaping an arranged marriage so she can be with her lover. Her traits: imperial noble, master sorcerer, athletic, charm, cunning. Tags and brackets are qualities you don't have yet, though. Now, you see, you have the Key of the Paragon. As a noble, you're cut above the common man. Hit your key when you demonstrate your superiority or when your noble traits become a problem. Key of the mission, you must escape the Empire and rendezvous with your once secret lover, the pirate King Uriah Flint, whom you haven't seen in 6 years. Key of the imposter, you were in disguise, passing yourself off as commoner. Hit your key when you perform well enough to fool someone with your disguise. Secret of the Stormblood. You have the Master Sorcerer trait and the Stormblood track. So, this is the entirety of the game. I'm going to teach you the entire game right now. So, whenever you try to overcome an obstacle, you're going to roll dice. Start with 1 die. 1d6. Always remember that. These are d6s. If that trait has any tags apply, add another die for each tag. So, I want to do something. Let's say I'm doing an Imperial Noble. So, I would add 1 for Imperial Noble. But I want to do something with science. So, we add another die. We've got 3 die so far. Cool. Any die from your personal pool. Everyone has 7 die. So I want to take 2 of my die from my personal pool, put it in there. I take all of these, and 4 up wins. I rolled jack shit. I got 2 2s, 2 1s, and a 3. Now, if you pass, discard all the dice you rolled. And if you don't pass, you don't achieve your goal, but you keep the pool dice you rolled and add another dice to your pool. So, your next challenge will be easier. So if we have to do, oh no, something has happened, bad things happen, we get to roll again for the challenge. Hey, I've rolled a bunch of successes this time. Now, oh no, you fail a roll, something goes on, you get a condition. You might be injured, you might be dead. That just means you're presumed dead, tired, angry, lost, haunted, or trapped. Now, anytime you hit a key, you take an experience point, or you add a die to your pool. Now, this is that personal pool. If, oh no, something bad happens because of a key, you get 2 XP, 2 pool die, or 1 XP, 1 pool die. Easy. You got 5, you can earn an advance. You can add a new trait. You can add a new tag to an existing trait. Add a new key. Learn a secret. And you can hold on to advances if you want. Spend them at any time, even in the middle of battle. If you do the buy-off condition, you earn 2 advances. And then you refresh back after a refreshment scene. That is the entire game. Excuse me. I've taught you the entirety of how to play Lady Blackbird. You may be wondering, what do you mean by that, Notepad? That can't be everything. It is. Every character here, let's say Natasha Siri or Lady Blackbird, is just this. Okay, Naomi Bishop, former pit fighter. Here's everything that you need to know. Cyrus Vance, everything you need to know about Cyrus Vance. Some of these are things like, for example, let's go up to the let's go to Naomi. Naomi has combat tested, brutal, living weapon. She's fast, she's hard, she has a scary look if you buy that later. But hey, influenced by Lady Blackbird, protect her from harm. Key of vengeance. The Empire enslaved you and made you kill for sport. Secret of destruction. You break things with your bare hands if you were swinging a sledgehammer. It's scary. Once per session, you can reroll a failure when protecting someone. Usually, a lot of these guys have like the... they have like the you can do a thing and the once a session thing. Then 3 very basic keys. Hey, Cyrus, what's his one thing he can do? Once per session, he can teleport himself. Once per session, you can give someone else a chance to reroll a failed die. Yeah, Key of the Outcast, Key of the Hidden Longing, Key of the Commander. Gale Arkham, a petty sorcerer, first mate and mechanic. Oh no, swear off stealing, give up the mission, sever the relationship, secret concealment. Yeah, some of these are a little bit, yeah, Snargle. Hey, Snargle, he's a goblin sky pilot. Ooh. Yeah, buy off. Everyone groans at one of your comments. Literally everyone can say, nah, I don't like dealing with you, and you just get 2 advances. Here's your ship. Have no fear. Also, this is every character, by the way. There are 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. There are 5 characters. This game is played with a GM. 5 characters and a GM. Now, if we go all the way down here, you may say, hey, here's the Skyhauler C9 refit. You get all these things, but these things too can have problems. It needs fuel, needs supplies, it's leaking, it's slowed, it's crippled. Now, what does it mean by this? Hey, look for problems. Look for issues. Ask questions. Don't plan anything ahead. You can kind of say that Lady Blackbird is the proto-Blades. Because Lady Blackbird exists, Blades exists. Though Blades is far, far, far more influenced by other games that are a little bit more popular than it when it came out. However, now it is more popular than other things, and we're still going. We cannot escape it. God help us all. This is fairly and it's like, okay, what obstacles or difficulties? All right, what's going on? You know, pick the lock. It's just, you need 3 successes. You need 5 successes. You need 3 successes. Most things. Ooh. Most things are 3 successes, 3 successes, 5 successes. And it's like, that's really it. 3, 4, 5. Parlay with scoundrels. 3, 4. You're like, oh, fight a sky squid attack or fight a sorcerer. And that's it. And that's pretty much the game. Here's some very basic new traits. Attack Ghost Blood. Yeah, you can see Ghost Blood. What's your reputation? What's your crew like? Investigators, bold, blood hunter, dream blood, and various keys and secrets. Each of the keys need you to buy something. You need to do it and say, hey, you want to travel new places, pass up the opportunity to see something new. Key of the broker, cut yourself off from a network of contacts. Key of the tinker, pass up an opportunity to mess around with technology. Effectively, the more keys you have, the idea is that the more keys you have, the more XP you can get, but it's going to be harder to kind of maintain all of them. There aren't many. There are 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. There's 5 new keys you can pick up because you can't have anyone else's keys. Always remember that. And then you have secrets of, secrets are more like you need something special. You need to learn navigation codes. You need to travel from one side of the blue to the other. Secret of the Sky Song. You train with the Master of the Sky Song. Dream linked to a sky squid. And if you learn a secret, you have it. It's just yours. That's something that you have. Experience a wide variety of dangerous situations. And that's really it. Is there some super awesome secret that I'm missing? No. Does its one job pretty well. But let's move on to the second one. Welcome to Chapter 2. Magister Lore. Magister Lore is the same thing. But in a galaxy far, far away, new people played this one, and some things changed, some things didn't. It's always been Mr. Harper. Because you, Lord Magister Lore, is the last surviving member of the Sterli, an ancient order of mystics imprisoned the demon who cast the world into the sky. The Magisters have secretly trained. Magister has secretly trained a young apprentice, Kai Tuvari, in the occult art of sorcery. Because the sky's blood is bound to the essence which lighted the sky star and gives life to the world. Only this bit of sorcery can control this power. However, Magister Lore is not the only one with a secret apprentice. The demon Satara, imprisoned the essence crystal which powers Lore's sanctum, has visited Kel Tuvari, Kai's twin, in dreams, whispering dark promises and extracting dire oaths. Master Lore chose not to train Kel as a child. The power of Kel's blood was too dark and dangerous to ever draw out safely, but Satara had other plans. Kel is trying to release Satara from her crystal prison. The demon emerges, singing the song to summon the great leviathans from the lower depths. What will happen? Dun dun dun! And then we have, effectively, new places. You know, the Empire, floating world circling a shining star. Olympia, Elysium, Nightport, Tricyon, and it's like, oh, these are different now. As we go to Lady Blackbird, the Wild Blue, then we do the Empire. Kind of see they are slightly different from one another, but you always see Nightport is the exact same. You see, you know, things are different. Oh, but things are, ooh. Things are completely different this time around. Don't you think about it? Now, this one does things a little differently. Now, instead of having just a number of traits, let's see here, instead of just having these number of traits here, instead, you have two titles, effectively. Magister Lore is a Mystic Demon Hunter. And under Mystic, he is Wise, and he is a Sorcerer. Under Demon Hunter, he's a Veteran, and he is a Warrior. Still has the keys, and still has his 3 basic keys. However, Lady Blackbird, you've lost the secrets, but secrets have been kind of converted into just special abilities. Same, the idea is the exact same, but the difference is there's a distinct difference, if that makes sense. Whack-ass crystal prison. Yes, it's a whack-ass crystal prison. Now, the idea is a lot different with these ones, and I can very much tell things had changed. So, basic idea, you know, one of your identities. So, does it fall under one of our activities? Yes, of course. Let's say we're doing Demon Hunter, 1 die. For each trait under that identity that applies. So, for example, we want to do, let's say we're doing Veteran. Actually, let's say we'll do Warrior. Cool, Warrior. I get another die. Then, +1 for each of its tags that apply. Each tag that applies. And if a tag is italics, count for 2 dice. So, for example, we can do, I want to do, because we're a warrior, we have 2 in mastery. That's all we need to really do. You see if a tag is, if the tag list has a list with commas, choose 1 tag from within that list. You can't apply them all at once. So, we've attacked mastery, we have our blade, and we are, let's say, defending ourselves for another 2 dice. And those are our 3. So we have a total dice pool. 1 from Demon Hunter, 1 from Warrior, 2 from Mastery, 1 from Empty Hand, 1 from Empty Hand, and 2 from Defense. We take all our dice together, and that's our dice pool. Now we can add any dice from our pool, though. But I'm feeling pretty confident here. Let's roll, 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 roll. And every even number is a hit. So, I've got a 6, a 4, and a bunch of shit. So I got 2 successes. My outcome is good. Not great. Good. Yep, the better your character performs. So as long as you roll one out, a 1 pretty much, you've passed it. And that's it. Pretty much everything gets kind of discarded away, and then, or if you don't pass, you add another die to your pool as normal, and then you escalate the danger of the situation. Now, they actually added PvP rules. PvP is very simple. You're going to both roll those dice, and whoever has the highest result is going to subtract the result of the other. So if I roll 5 successes, you roll 2 successes, I get 3. I would have a great result. I would have done better than you. Conditions, on the other hand, actually do something now. They impede performance. So instead of rolling, let's say 4 successes, if I am drained or injured, I am now having a -1, -2, -3. On the other hand, but some, Magister Lore suffers an ailment, begins with the ill condition. He's a little sick. Now, when you turn a key, you take an experience point, and you give a token to another character if their characters were involved. Now, it's like, give a token. Each key can be turned once a scene. You go into danger because of your key, get 2. Hey, but you kind of see the keys no longer, go in danger because of keys and stuff. These no longer give dice. You see, when you have accumulated 5 XP, you get a new advance. But you unlock tags, increase your pool size, add a new key, add a new special ability. And of course, but buying off also changes. Buy off condition occurs, you have the option of replacing the key with a new one and earning 1 advance. And then you refresh, remove a condition, you regain the use of special abilities, and everyone's happy. Now, which version do I like more? That's a very important, very fascinating question. People are pinging me. Now, and then we have Kai Tuvari, of course. Key of the Twins, Key of Duty, Key of the Apprentice, Touched by the Light. He too has the exact same ideas. Or Kel, who has the exact same idea. Everything is the exact same here. It's the same concept. All the ideas are, I don't know if it's because I'm terminally autistic, but I really hate the abstract narrativist games. We'll kind of talk about it. You can also hear Satera. There are actually fewer characters in this one. There's only 4 characters. 3 if you want to play humans, because Magister Lore, Kel, and Kai are all human. Satera is a demon. She wants to do her own thing. Mostly because she has to. And she is trying her best to get rid of things. You cannot be killed or leech essence. Oh no, you're a hideous beauty. Oh no. That's really it. Here's Magister's Sanctum. Here's your whack-ass crystal prison. And then they even say, just, hey, get started. If you have 2 players, Magister Lore and Satera, and you face off as twins caught in the middle. Do the masters care about their apprentice driven by either hatred and duty? Kai and Kel. Yeah. If you have 3 players as the NPCs, Satera, yeah. This game can really only be played with, I would say 3 players would be ideal for Magister Lore. And no one plays Satera. Playing 4, a little bit weird, but same idea. Opening positions really change. You could actually end this incredibly quickly. And what do I mean by you can end this incredibly quickly? Literally, it says like, oh yeah, you can all literally be at the bottom of the sanctum and you're doing the ritual and everyone's going to get killed. Like, uh-oh, you want to do... You know, you might find this one shot, because this is a one shot. It even says, you know, find that this one shot actually leads. Of course, all of the different patrons. Now, this is one of those odd ones. Is Magister lore better than Lady Blackbird? No, Magister lore kind of sucks in comparison. Not going to lie, it kind of sucks in comparison. And it's because it's a very one-shot nature. This, however, leads to Lord Scurlock. Hi, Lord Scurlock, because Lord Scurlock is dead. His estranged children return home to Elysium for the funeral and disbarment of his estate. However, there is little left. The manor servant, Jedman, has collected the last 82 crowns in a small coffer, and with it only a shabby coach and 2 withered horses, family crest and swords, a portrait of strange woman, and Lord Scurlock's prized hunting rifle. The other attendees at the funeral are Scurlock's creditors, ever about the manor like vultures, eager to recoup some of the measures of their losses. The Viceroy Skine has come to collect his bribe for withholding certain unpleasant facts from public knowledge. He expects the children to continue payments. Narcus Kerp is his own delivery of medicine that ease the tortured mind of Lord Scurlock in his final years. Constable Doom wants taxes. Mr. Bailey and the Fox and Anchor. Stable fees of coach and horses. 11 crowns for the past 6 months. Mr. Blom demands protection money from the local goblin crime boss. Master Hopline, city judge, discreetly informs you that Lord Scurlock owes him a certain trivial deeds and paperwork as a result of a gentleman's wager. Milvoy Olam, priest who is about to perform the rites, is due 1 gold for his services. And a Petrus Savoy, an esteemed artist, is completing a portrait of Lord Scurlock and lacks the funds for the final payment of 2. And of course, Allward is here. Who will they pay? What entanglements arise from the nefarious life? And here is Elysium. And you may be saying, well, you know, here's Elysium. You have the Haven Embassy, the Hopline things, like Capitol. It's not capital, it's Capitol of the Empire. Yo, it's me, Tupac. Let me out of this Akihadra prison. Sounds like a tax simulator. Why would anyone play this? Of course I added, yes, Ran is always present. So, the basic idea for Magister lore is still here. This is the basic concept. You have these special abilities, you gotta buy them off. You have some very basic ideas, and it's the exact same system. Now, of course, we have our various aristocrats. We have Aris Scurlock. We have Baston Scurlock. Baston is actually a fucking robot, because he's an automaton. Here we have a noble sorcerer. We have Tertius Scurlock, a sky pirate, who is an outcast sky pirate. Jedman, the faithful servant of the Scurlock family, steadfast and a servant. And that's it. So you have a total of 1, 2, 3, 4 characters. 4 characters. Now, these are the various Scurlock manor situations. Subterranean canal to the docks and bar canal doorway with curious markings. Curiosities abound. If you go through, you can roll on these various charts. So let's see. We find a pristine, sentimental maps. A set of pristine, sentimental maps worth 2 crowns. Nothing much. But if we look around, you actually mark a condition. Perhaps the MP relationship map would be interested in the item. A note to the GM, each of these items were personal. But yeah, here is probably the worst fucking relationship map I've ever seen. This looks terrible, by the way. I fucking hate this. So, here's the nobility. So, we have Hoplin. Hoplin is a conspirator. I believed we actually have a... Let's see, do we actually have a, what any of the lines mean? No. So, we know Hoplin here is, of course, a conspirator. What's he a conspirator? Now, this is Lord Skurlock. Jaster Wyeth is someone. He's a treasure. He's dead. Who, Anika Wyeth is the widow to Jaster and was a painter. I believe these two were married. I don't know. Edlin has his three sons, you could say, which is his real son, a fake son, and a fucking robot. The places of power. What do they do? Envoys from him. Oh wow, look everyone, it's Satara again. Wow. Brance Varley, Narcus Kerp. What the? Oh wow, look everyone, it's Lady Blackbird. You know, she's back. Skyn is the Viceroy of Elysium. Roll's a traitor. We see all the poor people, all the poor people over here, the various people. Here's Tomb. All the independent people trying to do things, or yeah, a drug dealer. This chapter is designed as a multi-session campaign. Alright, when players ask questions, they choose similar options. So it's kind of the idea of like, hey, what did he tell people? What desires you take up residence at the manor now? And then the exact same idea of running the game. Nothing too exciting. We've already kind of been over this before and before. Will there be a chapter 4? Absolutely not. Jaster reference, Spain power? Tertius. Tertius. I don't know how the fuck it's been. We're looking at all of this shit. Now, here's the thing. Is Tales from the Wild Blue... Is the Wild Blue good? Wild Blue Yonder, anyway, good. Lady Blackbird is interesting. Magister lore is half-baked, and Lord Skurlock is... really depends on the group. But all of these kind of inform a little bit more of an interesting... I don't know. Because I was talking about this with... in regards to Yazebas. Yeah, seriously, we're not on a wet fart, it seems. Yeah, well, because of course it did. Why would it? Why wouldn't it? The unfortunate reality is that he had a lot more popular things, and he is known for this one. He knows Lady Blackbird. People still talk about Lady Blackbird. I did not actually know Magister Lore or Lord Skurlock existed. They just showed up. I had no idea. And one of the things there is you have to ask a question. Is Lady Blackbird a tabletop role-playing game? I want you to really ask yourself that. Is this tabletop role-playing game? Because you can look at it, you can look at this and say, well, of course it's a tabletop role-playing game. You're playing these characters and you're doing things. On the other hand, do you make Lady Blackbird? No. These are effectively all pre-gen characters. There's a pre-gen character with a pre-gen campaign with a pre-gen idea of what's going on. I bring up Yazebas because this is kind of what I was talking about with Yazebas. There is a very... I don't know what to call these games. And this is one of those things that I would want to kind of, muse about one day. And I might muse about it. I still need to come up with something for the end of the month, so that would be actually a good one to talk about. I want to muse on these, because I wouldn't necessarily call it a full-on TTRPG, because my very important thing with TTRPGs is the ability to create your own character. It is your investment. Hey, this is my character that I made, and he's going to play this way. Because overall, in Lady Blackbird, Well, the thing is, Manly, this isn't necessarily a pre-gen. Yeah, it's hard because there's no good word for this. And there probably is, but I don't know what it is. Because Lady Blackbird is not a pre-generated character. To me, a pre-generated character is like, hey, using the character creation rules, here's a really simple character for you to play as, in case you don't want to make your own. Cool. Lady Blackbird is the name of the game. She is a character. She is an important character to the actual setting of pre-gen. They are pre-written with full story arcs. Yeah, exactly. Like, you can't play... If you want to play Lady Blackbird, someone has to play Lady Blackbird because she is an important, pivotal part of the storyline. And the game doesn't exist if Lady Blackbird doesn't exist. Yeah, pre-gen is a name, stats, and a background, and you can completely ignore them. Yeah, you can rewrite. I think that's the best thing with a pre-gen is like you can rewrite the name, you can rewrite the background, you can or you can do any of these other things. They're just a template. Here's the pre-generated fighter character. What does he do? He does fighting things. He doesn't. Yeah, he has like a really basic backstory, but nothing much else. This is beyond that. This is a step beyond that. This is not a pre-generated character. This is a character that you are playing as. Which is interesting, because it's kind of falls into me, like, to me anyway, it's the... Do you consider... Here's my weird thing. Do you consider Final Fantasy VII a role-playing game? There's a lot of people who would look at you, and if you said Final Fantasy VII is not a role-playing game, and they would say, you're fucking stupid. On another hand, there would be people being like, yes, completely. Because it's a character that I did not make. I do not make Cloud Strife. I can influence what Cloud Strife does. I can influence the way he approaches situations. But I can never really define his character arc. We know what's going to happen as a set thing in the game. I have no influence over that. He is a set character with set motivations, with set goals, and set abilities. And I can't make Cloud, bring out a gun and shoot someone. I can't say, okay, Cloud's now going to be secretly, totally 100% inside of drank Avalanche's Kool-Aid. No, because he hasn't. That's just not who he is. That's not his character. That's the same idea with this game. And in turn, I think Yaziva's is... Pre-gen, you get like John McFighter, fighter from a warrior clan, basic DMPC made a PC. This is Edward II, the Lord of the Manor, conqueror of Go On for a while, and very important character for this whole story to work. Yeah. These are characters with actual motivations, with actual goals. I don't know what to call it. That's the strange thing. Is it interesting, though? Yes. And this is a very weird thing to say. Is it interesting? Yes, it is. I don't know what to call it. And if any of you have a better way of wording it, if any of you have a better concept, what you would call this kind of game, feel free to tell me. But I don't really have a good way to vocalize it. Role-playing as pre-made character, but once I get you, but RPing as a pre-written is still RPing, and it has mechanics and it's a game, and that kind of makes an RPG. And that makes an RPG, otherwise it wouldn't mean the DM don't RP in pre-made scenarios or whatever. Again, that's what I mean. It's weird because it's like, you're still doing everything, but instead of playing my own character who's doing this thing, you are playing Lady Blackbird, with very specific traits and very specific story beats and very specific ideas. I wouldn't not call it an RPG, but I wouldn't also call it one at the same time. Yeah, it's just one of those weird things. Like, I feel like I want to call it something different, but I really don't know what to call it. Yeah, it's like I have a very specific viewpoint of like, okay, this is what a tabletop role-playing game is. Because I am a very big proponent of you, the player, have a lot of authority over what your character is. How they act, how they do things. I feel that's very important. Here it's like, I'm interested in this, but is that fully on the same wavelength? Maybe, maybe not. Who knows? That's the interesting part. That's why, that's why I can't really hate Yazeba's, because Yazeba's is in the same boat. And it's kind of the idea of like, in Yazeba's bed and breakfast, you are playing Sal. Sal has a very predetermined way of looking at life, and his very predetermined way he does things. Here, Lady Blackbird has a very predetermined way of doing things. It's just, how do you perform? How do you do that? That's the question. It's like, it's an interesting premise, and I'd be curious to see if we can't like break that down a little bit and see what we can do with that. Because the concept's interesting, and there's a reason people talk about Lady Blackbird still, but there's a reason we don't talk about Magister Lore or Lord Skurlock anymore. But let's move on. That took a little bit longer than planned, but we're going to we're just gonna go down the list at this point because it's rough. It's gonna get a lot more rough from here. Let's start with Kissing Capes. What is this game about? Kissing Capes, a role-playing game by Lauren Peterson. All right, Lauren Peterson. This has got to be something interesting, right? Lauren Peterson. And you will quickly learn from DMLSP. They've done Kissing Capes. This is from about a year ago, I believe. About a year and a half ago. I'm actually double checking to make sure. Yeah, about a year and a half ago. And yeah, nothing too big. The big thing, this is why I actually asked, this is Nerds on a Roll. This is a actual play podcast. California, Lauren. So it's the same idea. They haven't done anything for at least a year. Looks like they closed down their, their Patreon and all that. They just stopped doing it. Yeah, this is it, really. Prestige roll for the Quest RPG, a solo journaling game. The Republic is about solo journaling game using Wretched and Alone. This is 2021. A March Maskness Up expansion for Kissing Capes. Yeah, no, this yeah, a Quest for Geek. Yeah, nothing. Yeah, August 21st, 2021. Are they around doing anything anymore? RoboCop Tradwife. Oh. This is one of those, like, very interesting. They seem pretty normal. I think that's the best way to word about it. There's kind of a person who talks about things. And it's like, what do I want to say? There's nothing to say about this person. They haven't really done anything. Yeah, it's like the regular assortment of people. That's where you can kind of give you an idea. It's the regular assortment. It's the nature of the beast. And have their own appendix N. Yeah, I mean, they seem to be a perfectly normal person. Nothing too extreme. Nothing too odd about them. I've been... Notepad, zoom into the second nerd on a roll character with man in makeup or an ugly lady. What do you mean, nerds on it? What do you mean, nerds on a roll? Nerds on a roll. Oh. I don't know. Enhance. I don't know. That's why I actually asked, being like, what's your opinion on nerd on a roll last time? And yep. So this is Kissing Capes, obviously. Now, interesting note about Kissing Capes. I want everyone to know this. So you go to Kissing Capes, you can actually buy this game for $10. 10 United States dollars. You can buy this game, and you can see by the creative mechanics of Mobile Frame Zero Firebrands, The King is Dead, Once More Into the Void by Sword Queen Games, and elements of Masks and New Generations. The King is Dead. Let's see, The King is Dead, RPG by Lumpley. Hi Lumpley. Yes, here's Baker's. How's that? Hey buddy, what's happening? So you're like, all right, this is the only thing. It's $10 or free on itch.io, of course, because reasons. So let's go into it. I mean, this game's gotta be high quality. This game's gotta be some high quality Kino, right? So, I'm going to give you a first things first. This game is fucking impossible to read. There's the eye-friendly version, but no, we're doing the un-eye-friendly version. The graphic design is my passion. So, basic idea is that you're a bunch of superheroes, or supervillains, or whatever. It doesn't really matter. You're just in the city doing things for reasons. You're whatever you want to be. Now, you set aside an hour to play. More people, more time, the more players you have. Each player you need own copy of this playbook. 30 pages long. $10 PDF. You'll need a handful of two-sided coins for a few of these games. Choose your characters, take turns around the table. On your turn, choose a game to play. Turn to that page and follow the rules. Object of the game is to live the life of a young hero, fighting free with your friends, allying with your rivals, and falling in love with your enemies. That's exactly what this other game says. Oh, it looks like they just copy and pasted, a section there. All right, fuck it. Make things complicated, messy, and dramatic as you navigate the lives of young adults living the super lifestyle. If it reminds you of shows like Riverdale, Teen Titans, and Young Justice, you're on the right track. So, I needed a hero. I needed someone to help us get a good idea of how to fall in love, how to kiss with capes on. Because the spandex stays on during sex, as you know. Therefore, I brought El Elefante. I think El Elefante is the best looking available person for this game. Now, you may be wondering, Notepad, why is El Elefante so ripplingly handsome? And the answer is because he has elephant strength, he has bullet-resistant skin, he has psychic alien powers, of course. He is also, his cool point, is that he is a exotic alien hunk. He has rippling physique, an impressive trunk, massive hands, and he is actually a fucking elephant. Now, you may not like El Elefante, as he is in fact named Tony Garcia, a Mexico City reporter, but El Elefante does have very good friends with the Purple Panther. That's his best friend, the Purple Panther. I'll have you know, when I was hitting the magic machine to get superheroes, I was not intending on getting the El Elefante. It showed up and it was perfect because he's literally me. It makes so much sense all of a sudden. Now, for a while there, I thought about making Manly actually a spandex wearing superhero. Fucking hell, put the L. Like pulling an El Elefante. Watch Mastodon's video. Yeah, no, it's El Elefante. Again, you have to say it right. You have to put that gut in the El Elefante. And anytime he shows up, it's El Elefante. Oh, hello, it's me, the hero. Ba-ba-da-ba. But, so, as most influence goes first, choose one of the games. Now, these are the games. In total, there are 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. There are 10 games. If you're playing with 5 people, everyone can do 2, but you can do these multiple times. Now, here's the thing. Always read out what's written verbatim. Fill in the blanks from your own imagination, and you can ad-lib if you want, but there's no GM to this game. This is the important thing. There's no GM. You're just going around talking to one another. Hey, you know these 2 games are a really good choice, but we're not going to put them first, though. We're going to put them in the middle of everything and make everything look the exact same. When you don't know what's happening, flip through the games and think about which one you might want to play next. In case you missed a rule or played the game incorrectly, I don't know how. So, once everyone has gone once, any player can choose to end the game on their turn. You end the game and say, nope, we're done. You have created another time. Once the game is wrapped up, it's important that to do some aftercare and check in with everyone. Take time to talk about your experience and deload some of the game here. It can be quite emotionally or mentally taxing, so make sure that everyone is comfortable and safe. You can read more about safety tools, the quick reference guide provided by Kiana. Let's go to the quick reference guide. Is this what I think it is? Nope, this is literally a 32-page. This is a 32-page. Okay, you know what? Let's do. It's the exact fun fact. It's the exact same. Yeah, no, it's actually the exact same document. Fun fact, because what they did was, if you look here, they made this all one box. So this is all one actual box. This is one link. And let's go over that link, because I find safety tools really funny, and I find them really fascinating to talk about. So, compilation of tools to help you. Now, the tools, there are 32 pages in this tool. There are more pages here than in the actual game we're going over. This is funny in a sad way. I think the BDSM community invested TTRPG this much. It's going to be El Elefante. This graphically wrong one. What? There's nothing wrong with El Elefante, who's misspelled. It's fine. So let's why does support matter? When we could focus on just playing games, it's been mostly conflict or hurt-free. It might not seem so, but caring for your friends is hard. It takes a lot of work and effort. It's natural to look at games you've played and it's worked fine so far, and well, I don't think we need anything like these to deal with this. I don't think we need to worry about it too much. The tools here are just more of your friends. Support matters for concrete reasons. is everyone can contribute. Support makes your game more meaningful, can go harder on topics that might be emotionally difficult. Support makes you better by teaching you skills you can both roleplay and also throughout your life. Designers should support their games because it's kind of the players should support their games because they can personally shape support experience. I am literally making a game. Iron Methuselah is a game literally about depersonalization and going fucking insane. There's no support tools because you are a grown-ass adult. You are a grown fucking adult. You should understand this. If you cannot deal with this, why are you even looking at this? Make play smoother. You can't do it alone. You need to care for yourself too. You need consent. What happens when tools fail you? Build new tools. Build yourself away from the tools. Playing the Okay, so oh boy. Let's see. We gotta find. Please God, tell me we're going to have the funny card. So back to the X card. You're playing with that tool. Draw an O. Heavy large circle emoji instead of a playing card. Keep going. Play affirmation written by Kira Morgan. Suggested hypotheticals. Personal. Play affirmations. Cats. This is just talk about things like an adult. The Luxton. Oh, Jesus. Alright, the frank discussion. Literally, talk about it like an adult. Talk about it like an adult. Talk about it like a fucking adult. The X card. Oh boy, I love it. Lines and veils. Talk about it like a fucking adult. Cut and break. Talk about it like a fucking adult. Am I the weird one here? Who is frank discussion? Like frank discussion. Let's learn about frank discussion. When you first start playing with a group of friends, or when you feel like it's been a while since you talked about it, have an honest discussion about potential traumatic triggers. If the friend is struggling to express themselves, be supportive and understanding. Here's the thing. If you have to put in like a rule saying like talk to your fucking friends, what the fuck? What the fuck are you doing? Support signals. Script change. Group check-in. Or you don't care. Conflict affirmations. Okay check-ins. This is just talking to another person. Conflict resolution checklist. Apology. Sorry, everyone. My personal tool. Apology. Fuck you, Leatherman. Tools to leave the space. Perform a look down. Raise your hand clearly in front of your eyes like the see no evil monkey, and then leave the space you're playing in. Does a look down, that means they have an out-of-game reason that they won't be participating in the next scene until they come back to the game. Fold naturally back in if they are able to return. If you're playing online, by looking waving hands emoji when everyone can see. What? What? That's just like, fuck you, I'm leaving. Like, again, look at that. Jesus. Remind of Yonder, best game of all time, Holmes. Sorry, I stabbed you both in game. I was very in character. Like maybe used for plays unknown peps. Like the thing is, this is like a very weird thing. This is like a very weird thing. Like tools to help like listening to one another. Do you really need to like sit down and say like you should listen? No, this is a very simple thing. You're people who actually give a shit about another human being. What the fuck? Nordic LARP? Like, please talk to people. What can you learn about support? Talk about supporters. They don't really want to fuck up. They're afraid they mess up some support mechanics at the end of the world. Support is impossible to get right the first time. Like, start again. Look at let's start should be natural to your game. Let's start a knife. Adapt them to make more structure of the game. Like, it feels like this should be a very simple conversation between adult human beings. Like, yeah, I can understand if, like, hey, we're dealing with something a little bit, we're dealing with something a little bit hardcore here. It's made for people to be, yes, I prefer to speak like an adult to a person after a game. Like, I'm not like I am pegged them with something and now things are awkward. Yeah, exactly. It's like, you're playing a tabletop role-playing game. You're not having sex. Like, this is a very different, state of skills required. A lot of different grace requiring. Speaking about having sex, introducing your characters. The city is full of heroes. We're all aware of each other's masked personas, like El Elefante. If you have a personal connection with at least a few supervillains, otherwise, go for your guidance. So, choose a name, choose your pronouns, choose your powers, but powers don't do anything. What are your attractive qualities? And you go around the list of like, hey, what are my best attractive qualities? And then you have 5 labels. So do the labels do anything? No. You're good with one, you're bad with one. And you might be thinking, what does that mean? Nothing. Influence. Someone has influence over your character. That represents they care about what they think and feel. Otherwise, their words carry more weight than others, and you can affect your labels. Various games will tell you to give influence to other players, or take influence over them, or remove influence they have. You can track this by an index card with the word influence and your character's name. So, what's the city? What's everything going on here? Don't think about it. Doesn't matter. This is what a basic game looks like. Decide whether you are in costume or not. Ask your chosen partner how one or both of you got fed up with one another. Who started this confrontation? What was the tipping point? Ask each other, how do you look to me? What's your mood? Others can freely join. It makes sense for the characters to also be present and engage in the confrontation. During the conversation, anyone can ask for details about the relationship and circumstances. Decide what the stakes of the fight are, if any. Decide if your powers appear threatening or are brought to bear in this instance. Decide who's watching, if anyone. Ending the confrontation. We fight. When asking questions, your opponent answers. To open the fight, ask a leading question. The one who has more anger in their heart begins. At any time during the third leading question, either of you can choose to ask the closing questions instead. We circle each other, tense and silent. What do you say to break the silence? A snap and come close, revealing my true feelings about you. I threaten someone or something important to you. Do you call my bluff, or do you overreact and make me regret what I said? Ow. I reveal your weakness, and use it to render your powers useless. What is it, and will you ever forgive me? Let loose my power to destroy something important to one or both of us. Do you let me destroy it or protect it with your body? Why? Closing questions. I confess my feelings you distracted me from the truth. I choose to either escalate the situation and reveal something vulnerable about myself to you, potentially hurting you without meaning to. I take influence over you. Leave dramatically, intending to return later to make amends. You take influence over me. I keep my guard up, pretend to be unaffected. How do you doubt me? I choose either to leave and seek comfort of other team members. They all do the same shit. Stalemate. As members seem forced to come and break up the confrontation. They say exactly what we need here, diffusing the situation for now. What is it? They take influence over both of us. That's it. This is a basic game that's going on. Because this is one of those stupid Nordic LARP things. Oh goodness. Yeah, exactly. It's like you're playing a tabletop very different, state of. Yeah, exactly. It's like you're playing a tabletop role playing game. You're not having sex. Yeah, it's these are what most of the games are. They're like the weird Nordic LARPs. That's the best way to kind of put it in there, really, because it's like, oh, you get some which are like the coin games. This is a coin game. So, like, okay, hey, you're chasing someone, what's going on? Now, the thing is, each of the hunters, so let's say, hey, I know the ground well, follow me if you dare. But you throw a coin. On tails, you're plunging heedlessly in danger. Or, I race along a perilous rooftop, follow me if you dare, but throw. On tails, you have to slow to pick up your way carefully through, and I gain a coin. Admissions. I don't know the ground well, and I turn to hesitate. Throw. On heads, you rush to overtake me, so gain 2 coins. The idea is like you're gaining coins and flipping coins to get who's winning and who's doing better. Conversation over food, and then it's like it's literally just talk to one another, because this is a game that this is a game that someone has decided to unleash upon the world, and I want you all to remember this is $10 fucking. There is a non-zero chance someone paid 10 United States dollars for this game. And if I did, I would want to fucking kill someone. This is not a roleplay. Yeah, no, this one's, when I said this case was going to be a little bit of dog shit, I wasn't lying. The games here are dog shit. They are not good. It's more about the situations around them. So let's see. We've got 3. Let's see. Okay, there's the 2. Okay, here's what we'll do. We'll do Mechtors, because Mechtors is going to go pretty fast. Now, you may be wondering, Mechtors? This is a mech game. Yes, of course it's a mech game, because why wouldn't it be a mech game? Every game's a mech game. Because that is... I don't know why. So if you look at Mechtors, you're like, huh, there's nothing here. Mechtors TTRPG. Wow. Mechtors by Chubby Crow Games. Yep. What has Chubby Crow done? Tales from the Heartland. Set 100 years. It puts the players in the middle of the trade war. Play scrappy heroes fight against the plutocratic PTC. As the crow flies. Long after the crow flies, solo journaling game about a crow leaving its nest. And it's also powered by Charge. Now, yeah. So, this is one of those weird ones. Like, it's based off of Charge and Blaze in the Dark. This is Charged. Now, I looked at, I'm like, alright, there's gotta be, because these are the guys who did like, oh, it's Breathless, Firelights, and Burned and Stoned, and I'm like, alright, there's gotta be, what is Charged? I want to know what Charged is. And the answer is, I couldn't find actually a good explanation. And there's Breathless. Kind of know what Breathless is, but it's, you see the logo here. Like, let's see. I mean, there's got to be like let's do powered by Charge. I mean, there's got to be selection by powered by Charge games. Yeah, 20. That's a 27XX game. Yeah, this is Dash. Forward momentum. It's Dash, but it's Charge, which is, it's a different. Yeah, now this is the this is just one of those weird moments where it's like, oh, here's Dash, which is different from Charge, which is different from all this other shit. Yeah, this is Fari RPG. This is his thing. Yeah. Now, we've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 6. So there are 6 SRDs this guy has written. We have the Firelights, Dash, Breathless, Hopes and Dreams, Charge, and then we have the, the modern guide. I have never read any of these games because they all look like shit. I'm not lying. All of these games look like dog shit. Using systems we've developed, hosting more than 40 SRDs. I've never heard of any of these games. I pretend we are playing as so my excuse of bringing you in for fucking actually works. This man brought out the Katawa Shoujo character. Holy fuck, I haven't thought about that in a long time. Hell yeah, baby. I mean, the literal, cover art of the Scandalous case romance RPGs is just Lily Sato. But yeah, why am I bringing this guy up? Because, this is... Fari at VTT. There was a... Yeah, there was a lot of these games that are like, oh, well, this is based off this. Mechtors is quite literally 2 SRDs slammed together in an unholy union, and I don't really think there is much unique about it. It's a very odd statement to make. But yeah, these are all part of the same world. $5, you can get community copies, of course. Now, this is where I want to explain why this person is fascinating. So here's all of their things. There's the itch, the Ko-fi, the Redbubble. No Patreon or anything like that. If there is one, I couldn't find it. But this is their tweeter. We all love Tweeter. Tweeter is nothing wrong with Tweeter. Fully highlight how evil is important. Please do not skip. Israel, Singapore. Yeah, so... Yeah, let me see if I can find the... Yeah, I will see a free Hawaii in my lifetime. You won't. That's not going to happen. So, donated something. It's my birthday, redacted years old. I would like to more birthday donations. The same people think dark humor, they're just racist. Freeing Palestine is not a trend. Dun, 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 dun. It's free Palestine today. It's free Palestine tomorrow. It's free Palestine forever until Palestine is free. Israel did it in 1948, 56, 67, 82, 2002. Not 2001, though. 2008, 2014, 2021. And they're doing it again in 2023. The Ring of the Sea. Now, one of those odd things is that, they are very, left of center, we'll say. We'll just say left of center. And you know what? Yeah, that's perfectly fine. We are completely okay with someone who's probably never left the country. We're completely fine with that. They love League of Legends too. We all love League of Legends. This is going to get infinitely funnier in a moment. Yeah, the Park Dino Jam. Can I find anything exciting about these people? No. Have they done anything exciting? No. They have done definitely nothing. Nothing that I've known of, except, again, the Dino Jam. The Dino Jam was just a bunch of, like, five Dino games. That's it. There is nothing interesting about this person, but it's going to get infinitely funnier in a second. So, Mechtors. So, credits and acknowledgements for the version 1.1, otherwise known as second edition. Copyright, of course, Harper J. We don't love Harper, Mr. Harper J, or Miss Harper J, or whatever the fuck you are. Okay, it's all right. License it. It's the Charge RPG by Fari Games, also based off Blades in the Dark by this. Also uses the TTRPG Maker's Cheat Kit by Therapeutic Blasphemy Game, which is licensed under this. It's also based off the One Last Thing product of Fari RPGs, developed, under this. Also includes works by Rule -0, written by Richard Kelly, Bodymon, and all of these other ones. Art credits, a couple art credits. Most of everything is actually done by Harper J, by the actual cover, by the actual person. Fine. Now, here's the Heartland Valley, of course. Then we're going to go down. Welcome to the Heartland. A century ago, the trade wars ended, and all the soldiers and officers went back to the Provincial Trade Coalition. In their wake, they left the damaged world with angry spirits and thousands of broken down bipedal mechanical vehicles, or BiMechs. Common folk were left behind to salvage the Heartland and the thriving heart of the continent. They repaired the BiMechs, and they began the long process of rebuilding. They called them Mechtors, a portmanteau of mech and tractor, even though you will quickly see they don't have tractors. Yeah, this is a little weird. The setting makes no sense. So, character sheets, 6-sided dice, alright, easy enough to understand. Hey, what's a guide? Guide, players, NPCs, alright, easy enough. Each session is its own unique experience. Before we start, content warning. Talk about it as a group. You can then decide you can remove them from your game or play something else. Now, of course, we have such intentional war, tyrannical leaders, violence, accidental or intentional body harm, and then magical harm. Now, safety tools. In all the tabletop, it's important to make everyone at the table feel safe, exploring themes, characters, and storyline. Now, one way you can do this to table safer is by using the safety tools like the X card or Bow's script change. It's also important to note that everyone at the table feel comfortable saying pause or break and stop. There are more ways of creating safety tools at the table, and these resources can be explored at https://i.4pcdn.org/tg1583202183294.pdf. Why is this infinitely funny? Yes, this man linked the TG archive, and in case you're like, nah, Notepad, you're lying. You're making a funny hee hoo hoo moment. This is it. Now, here's the thing. I'm going to hit this, and we're just going to hit this. He literally linked the Four Plebs archive. Why is this really funny? Because this is, I see, anytime you see, I.4PCDN, that is the 4chan effectively, this is effectively the 4chan archive. This is the TG archive. They link the TG archive in this game. Now, why is this funny? Because if we go to TTRPG Safety Toolkit, we hit this button right here, there are a few different sites. Now, this one pops up for me. This is one of the first things you will see is Four Plebs. You'll click right here, it's the PDF. However, you will always get TTRPGSafetyToolkit.com. This is the actual toolkit, and it has a lot more information on it. And translations, and work, and a lot of other things on it. I don't believe in this, but I find it funny. They are This leads to two very important... You are making a funny hee-hee-ho-ho moment. This is a very important question. Is the one Coomer anon that appears in every general the one that fights everybody in threads about game with political leaning? See, the weird thing about this is they had to Google this and then not click on this. They had to deliberately not click on the actual website, but click on this. And then link this in their game. Because this was posted in a thread, to give you an idea. They literally have the actual website down here. There's two things that can occur here. There's two outcomes. Now, the first outcome, read it or is intentional. I think there's two outcomes. Either one, this person, Mr. Chubby Crow here, has literally 0 IQ. Quite literally does not understand, like, you hold a mirror in front of them, they do not understand that is an actual person. Like, oh my goodness, who is that person? Why are they in the magic mirror? This doesn't make any sense. They are incompetent. They need help to go to the bathroom. 2, they found this on TG, which makes this infinitely funnier when they would deliberately do this. There is a non-zero chance this person's lying. This person's bullshitting. Like, this person's like, all of this is like, it's bait or mental retardation, call it. Exactly. It's either complete bait or a sub-level IQ. Now, I'm saying this as, like, poll grifter, hello. Like, legitimately, do you shitpost on poll? Because then, the thing is, that really recontextualizes a lot of, like, the yay Palestine things on the Twitter. Because, is that, yay Palestine, or I fucking hate the Jewish people. I'm like, holy shit, no, man. What the fuck, you Polak, go away. Or, another very, funny situation, another very funny hee-hee-hoo-hoo moment is they never read this. There's a very distinct chance they never actually read the TTRPG safety toolkit. I think that is probably one of the most important things you have to take away from this. They did not read this. Because if they did read this, you would look all the way down here, and you could very clearly see Find This God and many more here. And if they just linked it to the website, cool, fine. I don't think anyone would really care. But it would at least like you scrolled all the way down. But you didn't. They Googled it. They literally just Googled TTRPG Safety Toolkit and clicked on the first link. That's all they did. This is the exact process they did. They clicked it, they clicked here, copied that link and left. And they put this in a $5 book, and I find that fucking hilarious. They didn't read it, they don't understand it. I find that hysterical, and I do want to leave a comment on it. Now, I'll leave it up to all of you. Should I leave a comment being like, hey, kind of weird that you're leaving a 4chan link on there. Do you... Okay, just to confirm, I want everyone to know that this is the version. I've not edited this book at all. And right here, you can see like nothing has been edited, no changes. I have no things there. Like this is very deliberately put in. What I am going to do is I'm going to leave a comment. We're going to leave a funny little comment. We're going to go here. We're going to click on Mechtors. Mechtors. Hey. Hey. Going through the game now. Going through the game now. But I noticed See, do we want to expand this? Even basketball, it's not like an 8chan fucking link. Still funny, still ridiculed. Well, the thing is, Manly, it wouldn't be a problem if, like, someone posted this and it was like a TG game. Like that, or it was like a little game, or it was like a really specific source of like a thread or something. Then, like, yeah, all right, that's perfectly fine. The fact that you would have to deliberately... It's like... The fact that you would have to deliberately use that link instead of the website link on 2 instances. There's 2 passes there. And you could say, oh, well, someone sent them that link and that's just what it is. All right. But that would mean they didn't read it. That would literally mean that they did not read the actual PDF they're linking and just use the website. Because the website has all the translation stuff in it. It has a bunch of other tools. And that's... You know... No. Let's see, kind of weird is most 4chan things tend to be malicious in nature. Kind of weird as most 4chan things tend to be malicious in nature, or how you clearly didn't read the PDF to link the original site, or click the second link on a basic Google search. Well, perhaps that was the goal all along. There we go. Oh, we can add an image. We're going to add an image. Let's do. Oh yeah, no, this is funny. I didn't really think about doing this, but 'cause I usually don't try to let's see. I want to. There we go. Make sure to understand that it is blocked. There we go. Like, hey, they're gonna find out who I am right away and realize that I am speaking entirely maliciously. But I do find it funny. I'm just like, hey, what the fuck? What the fuck is this? You're kind of a weird person. But yeah, what is this game? It's Blades in the Dark. Yeah. It's Blades in the Dark. And what do I mean by, what do you mean it's just Blades in the Dark? This is the Mechtor character sheet. Of course, we're using Chubby. Chubby, my boy. This is our character sheet here. This is the longest game we're going to be going over today. I mean, you know what we got to do? Well, we're going to obviously be making a roll. So how do we make that roll? We're going to take 2 of our dice and we're going to roll. I rolled a 2 and a 3. I would have gotten a bad result, a bad outcome. Now, the thing is, there's risk and effect. They don't talk about this like they do in Blades in the Dark, but at the end of the day, this is Blades in the Dark. Is there anything unique with this? No. Start of every session, you begin with 2 momentum. When a player makes an action roll, they generate more. It is used to get various bonuses and resist incoming consequences. What does momentum actually do? It's a resource. Consequences. What happens? Reduce the effect, complication, escalate risk, lost opportunity, worse condition. You know what clocks are. Congratulations, you already know what a clock is. Determination. You resist the limit of someone else's consequence. Build a pool of d6s and adding 1d6 for each momentum you spend. Wow, I want to use determination. I rolled a 5. It's reduced. What does that mean? It's reduced. The effect is lessen. Oh, it's the thing is, it's more of a snark. Like the idea behind the comment was actually pretty. It's just like, it's kind of a there's a two-way there's a two-way knife with that one, because on the one hand it's, hey, why is this fucking link here? It looks dog shit. This game looks terrible anyway, but that's beyond the point. And 2, why are you linking a TG archive? That's kind of weird for this kind of game and for who you are. And 3, why didn't you link the original actual site? If it was, hey, yeah, it's just one tip is blunt. It's a double-edged knife and double-edged sword kind of thing. It's like, yeah, it's kind of like the hee hoo hoo, you fucked up in a couple different ways. And I'm pointing out one, making sure people understand you just posted a fucking link to a TG archive to something else entirely, because you're too stupid to actually read. You need to update the PC's conditions by writing a small descriptive text below the clock. Now, hey, what happens when you get a scar? Nothing. You're just incapacitated for a time, but you just get back and you're fine. You clear half your stuff, update your condition. Now, the big idea is scars, you can't really die in this game. In your actual fucking mech, you can't die. You may think, wow, that's kind of weird that you can't die in your mech, and the answer is yeah. And of course, we got some personal goals. I want to buy a house, and my basic contract is to kill John Lennon. Now, I think I did a pretty accurate depiction of Chubby, of being drunk at a bar because he's in a space bar. But it's not a space bar because it's its own really stupid lore, like fucking moronic lore. Now, influence is a different resource pool because they have a completely different resource pool for the idea of social contracts, of social actions. You want to use influence to do that. Do they do much though? No. You want to push yourself, get an extra d6 to your action roll, but you have to spend 2 momentum. You want to exert influence, spend 1 influence and get that. Assist, spend a momentum. Add tension, add d6. It's very basic. I don't want to word it. It's a very basic, very boring version of Blades in the Dark that you've already seen. If you've ever looked at Blades in the Dark before, you already know what the fuck all of this is. If you're like, man, I don't know what's going on here. This doesn't make any sense. It's the bad version of Blades in the Dark. So, relationships are a little bit more interesting because relationships effectively have 2 levels: your bonded and your deep. Your bonded relationships are we're friends. Deep relationships is we're in with each other. We're blood brothers. We're having sex with one another. It's love. And you may say, wow, that seems really, really basic. And the answer is yeah, it is. One of the big ideas though is that you can lean on them. Lean on them, you can use it to avoid an incoming consequence. Something bad is going to happen, you can cancel the consequence. Oh no, I am being shot with a gun that is going to kill me. I'm leaning on my friend, and now I'm not going to get shot with a gun to to die. It appears to be a worse injury. You're working through exhaustion. Thinking about the person gives you a second wind, allows you to push through the pain. Avoid personal consequences. Consequences for your Mechtor being avoided using the Mech Charge, which is a completely different resource. Now, the big thing is like you need to spend quality time with them. If you spend quality time with your friends or your family or whatever, you can then use the lean on again. Problem being is that you need to make charm rolls to do this. And you're going to be making a lot of charm rolls. Make sure that you're friends with someone. And you can only go too far. But mechanically, you two may benefit from 2. Like forge a relationship with someone that new and you already have 2, you can choose to change the dynamic of one of them. Yeah, you can say like, hey, I'm sorry, wife. I've met a new friend and you need to friend max with this person. Please go away. Yeah, it's a challenge clop of 6 or 4. You can, like, oh boy, you want to spend influence? Yeah, you may be wondering, Notepad, where are the mechs in this game? Consent mechanics in my romance TRPG? Because it's not a romance TTRPG. It's a Blades in the Dark, Chardar SRD, and about 4 other things merged together at once. And then nothing at all, because it's also a mech game. I don't know why. Because, like, it's one of the most defining aspects. Owning a Mechtors, while is not unheard of, is quite uncommon. They're 8 to 15 feet tall, and are designed to work along with and enhance a person's own physical ability. Only enhances what they already possess. Someone who lacks physical strength outside of a Mechtor can lift heavier things, but a stronger person will be able to lift even heavier things with the same Mechtor. Now, I want you to look at this abomination mech here. I want you to look at the cover of this. And I want you to say, as you flip that lever, ah yes, my physical strength makes sure that I can use this more efficiently. No. They're lying to you. They're doing this because they have no idea how to make vehicles different, so they aren't making vehicles different, but because they didn't want to. So these are the most basic concepts. There are 3 types of Mechtors. You can do a strong Mechtor, agile, or sturdy. Now, what do? They do something. Now, it's like, what do they do? Do they do something unique? No. Yeah, it affects its capacity as well as allowing you to perform actions within a narrative that fits the scope of a human. That makes mechs are literally about capacity, and that does make agile mechs actually useless. Because what you should always do, is take a sturdy or strong one because you're going to get the most bang for your buck. To increase your carrying capacity for scrap. And it's like, oh, if you're playing a heavy mech, you get 2. And what does it mean by a heavy mech? It's a magiturical element cell, because it's a Magitech setting, don't forget. Because it's that, you get more mech charges. Ooh. And you lose capacity if you're in a heavier mech, because you have more mech charges. Instead of using momentum, you get 8. And then you can spend it to brace against damage. Oh no, when you take damage, you can instead reduce it by the charges you're willing to spend. Oh no. What does that do? Nothing. Pretty much you can take very little stress. And you have 4 stress effectively you can take. You take 4 damage effectively. And if you take 4 damage, you're out and you have to start repairing. If you're in a heavy mech, it takes double the amount. It's like, oh, you always need a study roll, but you always need to do this, but you always need to do this. What does scrap do? Scrap, this is one of those fucking stupid moments about the actual lore of this game. Because the stupid thing is, this entire situation occurred because they did not want to adopt real fucking money. That's the actual reason. Why are you hauling scrap if not to sell it? Duh. Don't ask questions. We read Salvage Union once, and they just use scrap for everything. Yeah, attach the mech to increase capacity, acquired by trading scrap as a reward, or being built via personal goal. Because the thing is, scrap is money. They can say, it's not money, but it's money. Because you can use scrap to get a bonus on a repair roll, bonus on a social roll, buy a cart, buy influence, buy workshops, buy shit. And the thing is, it's not like these things are cheap. To give you an idea, it's one of those things. A Mechtors, an actual mech, costs 12 scrap. Repairing a Mechtors is 1 scrap. You get a bonus to your repair roll, not a full repair. A plot of land costs 10. A barn, a new building, costs 10 scrap. A large wagon's a fucking car, I guess. Like, these things are expensive. Scrap's good. Scrap's some good shit. Only spending scrap may affect a roll. Large source may be spent to buy new land. Like, 10 scrap buys a new building. I can get 3 sturdy carts and trade them for a mech. Yeah, it's that's the weird thing. It's not money but money, and you will learn something like very funny later on. But how do we progress? You complete goals. What do you do? It's a narrative reward. If you complete a contract though, such as bring the mayor a cask of wine or calm angry spirits outside the walls, you get influence. Do I get anything else? No. Advancing a goal. Hey, you advance a goal, we get 3, we get 2, we get 1. So, let's say you've completed a medium goal. You choose 2 talents, 2 action dots, or 1 of each. Personal reward, it's a moderate narrative effect, or you get to choose 2 influence, 2 scrap, or 1 of each. You can level up pretty fucking fast in this game. Like, even getting like 1 or 2 dots still changes things pretty quickly. But at the end of the day, this is the entirety of the progress clocks or the threat levels. Like, oh, what are we doing? Opposing the threat level. How do we make a book? Well, you have 4 playbooks. They aren't playbooks. You have the engineer, farmer, fisher, miner. What's your appearance look like? What ties do you have? It doesn't really matter. These are our very basic. You get 3 action dots. And you will assign 3 action dots among the following list. So it's like, oh, I have muscle, finesse, grit, study, focus, charm. Generally speaking, study is amazing, and you should just invest in study, because study is going to save you. So, Mechtors, hey, you can choose all these things, doesn't matter though. Hey, talent, what do they do? Doesn't really fucking matter. So it's like, you get some like, oh, do you get talents at the start? No, you don't actually get any talents at the start. And it's like, oh, cool, you get a workaholic, like you get some basic ones, like I want to be a merchant when I grow up. I'm like, what? Yeah, you future self includes special talent trees such as the steeper. Yeah, you want to invest in the steeper talent tree from 2022. That was actually after DZ, which is why they're giving bonus social roles. Like, this is the fucked up thing. You are literally bribing people for social roles. You're like, hello, I like you, wife person. Here's some broken shit I found. Be friend. Me want mean, please, friend. I hate the masturbatory use of link. Like, this is linking to themselves, too. It's just like, oh, shut up. Oh, fuck you. Like, the thing is, it's not like it's a subtle hyperlink, too. That's the thing. If it was a subtle hyperlink, fine, cool. You can do a lot of subtle hyperlinks. Like, if it was like, oh hey, here's a hyperlink or whatever, and like this is the thing where you get to do things. Like, oh cool, we want to make just a hyperlink right here or whatever. And if you click here, it tells you about the steeper. That's fine. That would be perfectly fine. But you kind of even see here, like, that's not the case at all. In fact, it opens a fucking web link to there. It's like, Why? That's so fucking lazy. It is so horrifically lazy to do this. And also, yeah, some of the writing, like bribing people with scrap, does feel like incel wiki memery. Whole lot brainworming me though. It might, that I don't even think it's that. I think it's because like we need money, but we don't want money. That's the thing. We want money, but we don't want money because he wanted to say the plutocrats are bad. And obviously, as the plutocrats themselves, my bravest warriors are all heroic individuals with their own unique talents and skills. So yeah, because it's like, yeah, Magiturge effectively, like being a Magiturge means that you have magical powers. And it's like, oh, I have spirit allies and shit. Maybe where did all this come from? It doesn't. That's the problem. Like, oh, hey, you're an engineer. What do you get? You get 1 in study. Talents and, like, here's the talent trees. These are trees. They're not trees, though. And technically, if I want to be specific, I didn't quite do this right. I should have invested 1 more point somewhere else. I would just put it in study, probably. Because study's really good. But it's like, oh, hey. Fucking hey, you may roll grit instead of muscle when moving things. You're really lame. Because the thing is, this is also a Mechtor, by the way. You may say, that looks completely different from every other Mechtor that we've seen so far. And the answer is, yeah, I fucking know. Really weird. They look, some of them look completely different from one another. But now, this is the Heartland. I love the Heartland because it's such a fucking horrible place. The Heartland, as the name suggests, the beating heart of the continent. While the capital cities of the provinces of the provincial trade coalition bicker, the common folk grow their crops, catch their fish, and mine their ores. Merchants transport trade goods. Magiturges and spiritualists study the mysteries of the Earth Mother's magic. The capital stagnate, but the common folk don't have that luxury. They work for what they own. The community's stronger for it. The Trade Wars. Now I'm just going to read this out for you, and in case you're like, wow, Notepad, that sounds fucking stupid. When the southern provinces were founded, the founders agreed that the land that stretched north toward the meeting of the 2 mountain ranges would remain neutral, deeming this the Heartland. Its people would be free to pursue their lives as they wished, so long as they did not quarrel with the provinces. The metropolitan capitals of the south would trade their technological advances and research to the north, while the north provided food, ore, lumber, and independence. While the Heartland maintained a system of barter and social credit, it didn't take long for the provinces to develop currency. This made trade between the two complicated, as the northern regions would not accept banknotes or coins in return for their goods. The provinces made promises that they could not keep, and the Heartland lost an entire season's worth of commodities with no compensation. Community leaders from across the Heartland gathered in the town of Honeystead to discuss their options and unanimously agreed to go on strike until their needs were met. The leaders of the provinces gathered as well, and in answer to the strike, they formed the Provincial Trade Coalition and declared war. They invaded the Heartland and occupied many of its southern communities, though a dissident from the coalition sent a warning to the north along with troops to help defend them against this onslaught. The northern regions banded together as the Northern Heartland Alliance, and the first formal alliance the Heartland had ever seen. What ensued was a devastating war that spanned 5 years. More northern communities were occupied and forced to continue working and shipping goods, now without any compensation of any kind. Coalition leaders remained far from the war itself, insulated from the violence and its consequences. They refused to entertain peace talks, started competing with each other to occupy more territory and bring more profit to their cause. What started as a war between Coalition and the Alliance became a war between the provincial governments, with the common folk caught in the crossfire. After 5 years, they began dispersing as suddenly as they originally appeared. Contacts in the Coalition confirmed that they had finally been peace talks among the provinces. Talks that did not involve the Alliance leaders, and the aristocrats decided they had better uses for their money, which had only risen in value during the war. Alliance leaders from the NHA were brought south for negotiations. BTC had decided not to force their currency on the Heartland and agreed to return their previous methods of trade. This was officially ratified as the Barter Treaty, definitively stating that the Heartland would not be forced to take on provincial currency and that the Coalition would forever honor their arrangement. Afterward, thousands of bipedal mechanized fighting vehicles, or BiMechs, were left scattered. Many were brought back to the capital city to be repaired or scrapped, but a majority were too damaged to be easily transported. They began to clean up the mess, and in doing so, they claimed the BiMechs as their own. Every last one had their weapons scavenged, but with some ingenuity engineering, folks began walking them once again. There's no need for these weapons of war any longer, but they could be used for other tasks. Building, farming, mining, anything demanding physical labor. Across the nation, the communities had lost a great number of working folks. These BiMechs replaced rudimentary tractors and mining equipment. Nobody knows how to first call them Mechtors, but the name caught on and spread. The war ended over a century ago. Still bears its scars and also healed. The province still skirmishes from time to time, rarely extends to the farmlands and mines of the Northern Heartland Alliance. Writing like, who runs Bartertown? Maybe the North should have had proper government so they don't get YOLO'd. Perhaps some sort of confederacy. Yeah, this makes no fucking sense. Like, the thing is, also, thank you very much, Whiplash VT for following. Thank you very much. Kiss, kiss. Mwah. Here's the thing. This is a hilarious lore. Because what effectively happened was there was a massive, ultra-urbanized, ultra-developed industrial powerhouse in the South that marched north, won, and were like, man, we don't need to win anymore because we're too busy killing each other now because we want more territory to win. And then they leave. And they're like, oh yeah, we'll establish the barter economy. This is fucking insane, by the way, for a few reasons. Here's the things that make this setting completely fucking insane. What I missed. You missed romance games. But here's what makes this setting funny. You know, insanity in setting. So, first thing to note. First thing to note, they have mechs. Now, this is the thing. There is actual mechs. There is industrialization down south. And it's not like there were like 5 mechs. No, there were thousands of mechs. Now imagine, you are effectively a dumb motherfucker. You don't, now this is the thing that's a little fucked up, because this is like what Mechtors are supposed to look like and things. But if we scroll down here, they literally have, most of the actual people are like vaguely medieval. That's the weird thing. I want you to imagine that literally an M1 Abrams tank shows up, except it's walking and has rotary cannons on it. And it's just like stomp, 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 blah, 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 just mowing down literal armies of fucking, like, that's like, oh, we're the brave knights, and we're gonna charge this. Not even like knights. You're like fucking early medieval knights. You know, fucking chainmail, being like, haha, we'll slay it, and you're just like, brother, fucking murked, absolutely annihilated. These people are dead. It's horrifying. Imagine some guy getting hit by a fucking 50mm fucking autocannon. That man has exploded. Like, oh yeah, I'm a brave knight riding on my fucking horse. My guy, fucking Tony right across, you know, 2 guys down. Tony just got turned into fucking paste. These are mechs. Even if you do hit it, they're just gonna stomp you once and you're dead. Even if they just had melee weapons. Like, this is a sword going down that could cut a horse in half. I've been half listening. My feeling today, we're talking more about just stuff in games, not the games itself. Very little game today. Yeah, just all of the games that I went over that I actually thought had game in it, didn't. There was very little actual games in any of these. And that was kind of a tragedy of this entire case. That's why I said, is like, this is going to be kind of an off-putting set one, just because there's not much actually to talk about. And it's like, and remember, Ethical, you gotta remember, this just augments the person's strength. Like, this, yeah, and it's like, fine, but it's like, these people have, the best way to think about it is like, the lore itself makes no sense, because, like, these people have died horribly, unless this is supposed to be like a weird, like, oh, we're retelling the story from a different perspective. Being like, oh yeah, we totally won because they did all this. Meanwhile, if you were to look down south, being like, we rolled over them, but they were literally too barbaric and backwards to accept a real economy. So we literally gaslit them into actually signing a decent treaty. Half their people couldn't fucking read. We forced them into a treaty that they could physically never lose. We can never lose with. Now we make a shit ton of money, can continue our century-long economic development while they are still using knights. And we just extract wealth from them. And they're like, oh yes, we're the good people. We're the good. We're noble and all that. It's just like, no, there's the like. And they're trying to like make out like, oh, the capital people are bad, they're evil, and you see the crow and stuff, that's who they are. Like, a good half of this game is quite literally just, let's talk about the lore, and the lore is important, and oh, hey, wow, look everyone, it's another link. And it's like, oh, here's like a city, like here's a little town, like, oh, here's a little town. It's like, this isn't, like, oh, here's the alternate settings, guys. It's space this time. It's space. It's different, guys. Yeah, this is rule -0. Rule -0 is quite literally like, don't engage with PvP and don't be a dumbass. It's written by Richard Kelly. We know Richard Kelly because Richard Kelly wrote fucking... Richard Kelly writes really good games and then really shitty games. He has no in between. And I want to like Richard Kelly, but he just keeps fucking... He's got more fuck-ups than good ones. So the key, more meltable sticks. And like, the thing is, if you were to say, how is this a threat? Well, the thing is, these are repurposed into being farming things. These aren't military mechs. That's the thing. You gotta remember, these aren't military mechs. They got repurposed from the military mechs. And it's like, a real military mech is actually dangerous. But they're like, oh, we removed all the weapons. So you're telling me that they did have actual real weapons. That there's a 50mm rotary cannon somewhere out there that they removed from a mech to put a fucking farming thresher on it. Because I don't know what you're supposed to do in this game. Because at first, when I first saw it, I'm like, oh, it's going to be Stardew Valley with mechs. It is not that. It's communism. Also, this is one of the... Hey, from the Charge SRD, these are all the things that they didn't write. This is the fucked up thing. These are things that they took from other things. Yeah, also, if you notice here, René Pierre Deschamps and Guéliance, this is Fari RPG. This is the guy he wrote the game with. Bought the game early. 100 years before the events of Mechtors, take on members of the resistance against the Provincial Trade Coalition. Freedom ever knew them form Northern Heartland Alliance. Wow. Yeah, no, again, we are not dealing with good games today. I'm sorry, people. This is a kind of a shit show. Like, the thing is, if that were the case, it was like Swords to Plowshares, fine, you can make an interesting setting out of that. Like, hey, this is after this horrible war, we're kind of getting back, but there are still some very clear scars and clear issues going on, and it's like, hey, we're turning our mechs into something a little bit better, and, or, you know, kind of like, all right, fine, that's, we can work with that. But that's not what it is, because Swords of the Plowshares are not as fun as Plowshares and the Swords, because suddenly it's, hey, we have to defend our homeland, here's a bunch of our shitty mechs we use for farming, and we're having to play a little bit. The valuation of our mechs are a quarter of what their mechs are, but, you know, with the power of love and friendship, we can totally win. Alright, cool, fine. This is an actual decent idea, but that's not what we're working with. Alright, we got 2 more games. So, you know what, we're going to do the less professional one first. We're going to do the less professional one, and then we're going to end up on the actual, really professional one. So, beyond that, and this game is very, very short. Welcome to our server, everyone. Welcome to 300 Gay Men. A role-playing game about the sacred band of Thebes. Now, you may be wondering, Notepad, why are we 300 gay men? Well, because obviously you're here. Oh, yeah. Now, looking up this game was a little bit complicated, because 300 gay men is obviously something that's a little bit complicated to just type into the search bar there. But here it is. This is 300 Gay Men by Emanuel Perpåls. Now, to give you an idea, the Sacred Band of Thebes was an actual thing. You kind of see here, it's... of course, there's been a little bit of narrative changing. Yeah, Philip II of Macedon. Yeah, it's there were some. Yeah, there we go. You know, we learn about, you know, the Sacred Band of Thieves. They're more about yeah, you kind of see all the, you know, phalanx raiding. You kind of see, it's kind of the idea. It was not elated by Philip II. Yeah. Yeah, to kind of give you the... Ooh. But yep, no, this is the entire idea was that, like, hey, there was 150 couples, effectively. 150, you know, 300 man-picked men were chosen purely for ability and merit, regardless of social class, composed of 150 male couples. Each pair consisting of a lover and a younger beloved. Also records the sacred band composed of lovers and their favorites. This indicated the dignity of the god Eros and that they embrace a glorious death in preference to dishonorable or reprehensible life. Yeah, yeah. That's the basis of what we're working with. 300 Gay Men is by this man, though. You may be wondering, has this guy done anything? No. However, you might see this. Notepad, what's that? .se. Well, very simply, .se, the .se domain, if I click on it, the .se domain, the .se domain is the top-level domain for Sweden. This man is Swedish. He has effectively 300 gay men, a assignment in creating a role-playing game in Swedish, and a bunch of other little... Yeah, we created the official Lego kit, like, he does a lot of video games. That's the thing I noticed, because he's got Dating After Death, which is a game design program in Malmö, and Dirty Dancing, a game design project for school. I think he's going to video design school. What? Let's see. Let's see where this man is. Games, diversity, Malmö. Change the world of games. You like creative, make up rules, and fun activity. You can't stop thinking about how a system fits together and how it can be improved? Of course. Methods and principles form the basis of good game design. Broad education for different kinds. It's a lot of board games and the physical games we get better at. We make digital prototypes. Yeah, these guys are they're a Swedish, literally a Swedish RPG game company thing about learning how to make video games or tabletop role-playing games. 300 Gay Men is actually a student project by a Swedish man. And is this game done? No. Because this is actually a Genesis game. Is there anything else by this man? No. Is there anything about this game that is interesting? No, because it's a Genesis game. Nerd Dice Re. 18 naked Spartans in the showers at Ram Ranch. Oh yeah. Hey. So obviously, I think we need to bring in we need to bring in 300 gay men. Of course, we have Erikos Tudoricus and Asbestos Manicus. As you can tell, they are one is a teacher, one is a farmer, one worships Dionysus, and the other Ares. And of course, their relationship are Warno players, otherwise known as a hardcore gay sex relationship. Of course, I had to use the most appropriate artwork to represent these gay men looking at one another longingly. It would be inappropriate of me to not bring this up, because I do find it funny to make fun of both of them. So, you may be wondering, Notepad, there are two characters here. What do you mean by this? And the answer is, very simply, there are two characters here. "300 gay men." Now, Notepad, where are the other 298 gay men? Hey man, we can't represent every gay man, but you can at least get 10 of, you can at least get 8 of them. Because, so, if we go to 300 gay men, version 0.1, this is what he wants to put in the game. As of right now, it's 18 pages. And all of these things is very basic. None of this is actually here. But hey, how do we play the game? Well, I have to bring up a very special chart, because if I don't bring up the special chart, it doesn't make sense. Welcome to the dice chart. You may be saying, hey, Notepad, this doesn't make any fucking sense because it's weird, shitty dice. And the answer is yes, I know they're weird, shitty dice. Yes, these are all of the dice you need because it's based off of fucking Genesis. Do they give you a conversion sheet? No. So, one of the main gimmicks behind this game, actually, is that you're controlling both characters. If you were to be playing this game, you would both be Ericos and Asbestos. Those would be both of your characters. You are playing both. This is a little odd, and it's a little strange when you first think about it, but the most basic premise is that you are part of you are two gay men fighting against multiple gay men, against other gotchi-moochie shitposts, mythological monstrosities, other soldiers, and of course, a little bit of hot and sweaty action in the deep dark dungeon. The basic idea is you're going to need to build a skill check. So, how do we build a skill? How do we build a skill pool? So, you're going to need to assemble a dice pool, and you'll try to beat the difficulty of it. Cancel out all opposed symbols, uncancel advantages and threat, overall success, failure, positive or negative consequences, and then add any other symbols to the last detail of the outcome. So, these are what the dice are supposed to look like. If you're a little bit turned off already, if you're a little bit turned off already by the fact that these are all special dice, do not worry, it's based off of Genesis. And there's a very specific reason I have never gone over Genesis, and because Genesis scares the shit out of me. Because Genesis is a weird game using weird dice for weird reasons. But that's half the fun. So, whenever you're going to be making a skill check, you're going to be building a pool of dice. The most common one are ability dice. But, however, if you're working together, you're going to add a collaboration die. Effectively, if you have the idea of saying, hey, if you're working just alone, you're going to be adding this die. If you're working with your hot gay partner, you're going to be rolling a d12 as well. Any good things that happen, hey, you're going to get boost die. Any problem going on, you're going to be rolling a d8 there. That difficulty. Any challenges is you're going to be rolling this. This is the oopsie doopsie, oh god. Setback, not good, not bad. And you can also just use a 12-sided die. There's a big thing about the idea of upgrading or degrading dice down, but the basic idea are these symbols. Successes are successes. You may think that's a little bit weird to say, but yeah, that's the most basic premise. You want circles. Of course, if you get the gotchi symbol over here, a triumph, you get a triumph, it's one success. However, it is a super success, you can call it. Counts as 5 advantages. Or you can get a divine favor with it. So it's like you get a real big advantage with it. So, or you can get a failure. Roll moons, bad. If you have to deal with women, otherwise known as the moon, you are at a fundamental problem. Now, you cancel these out. Oh, they say, oh, it's canceled out by the success symbol. Advantages and threats are kind of the way to indicate if things go well or things go poorly. You successfully, with advantage, complete a goal. Congratulations. You have done something, you have completed the objective, and you have done better because of it. Or you've succeeded with a threat, which is, hey, you succeeded, but there's a problem now. Versus, hey, you can fail with an advantage. Saying, you failed, but you have an opportunity to do something good. Or you can fail with a threat, and then things go catastrophically wrong. triumphs, again, super successes, and omens, which are super bad. That's kind of a back and forth, a big setback if you roll an omen. So, most of the time, what you're going to be doing is going to be rolling a difficulty level. So, for example, Spears 2. If I want to build a very basic tool, we will say I want to make an athletics check with Ericos. My athletics check with Ericos would be two skill dice, would be 2 skill d8s, and it would be, let's say, for example, it's difficulty 2, it would be 2 challenge d8s. Cool. That's all I would need to roll. I would roll the dice and see, hey, I rolled a bunch of successes, or I rolled a bunch of failures, and something bad happened. Oh, no. Or, oh, yes. Good news. Good job, me. We did it. The big thing is, you should remember boost dice and setback dice. Generally speaking, you're trying to mitigate you're trying to roll as many good dice as possible and trying to lose as many bad dice. It's kind of like a difficulty level task and action discretion from the GM. Difficulty levels up from 0 to 5. So, it's just setback dice. So if you go all the way back up here, just to remind everyone here, setbacks dice, D8s. D6s are bad. We don't want those D6s. Easy enough. And they kind of give you a bunch of examples. So if you were to upgrade everything, for example, let's see, wrestling skill upgraded by 3 instead of 2, meaning players roll 2 collaboration dice, 1 ability dice, but since the skill check is now performed with 2 characters that are not a couple, they add 1 setback dice since they are not as synchronized. Dice pools as follows: 2 collab dice, 1 ability, 2 boost, 1 challenge, 2 difficulty, 1 setback die. You may look at that and say, wow, that's horrible. Why would anyone do this? And the answer is, fuck you. It's Genesis. Yeah. There's a lot that goes into Genesis games, and there's a reason I don't much care for them. Once the skills make a good amount of sense, nothing is too exciting in this regard. You can make things easier by having your occupation come up, having your relationship comes up, and or having any talents come up. Occupation is, hey, I am a teacher. I have an advantage here. I get to upgrade my dice to make some of their dice better. And then it was like, hey, our relationship is gay, hot, gay sex. So I get to improve the dice. Or hey, I have a talent dice. I have a talent. I have a special ability that lets me upgrade the dice, which yeah, I antagonize your character by reminding you of all the horrible propaganda the Spartan ass licker keeps putting up. Dude. Oh boy. So yeah, making a character is not very complicated. You do actually say, oh, well, the game starts with 14 health and 12 stamina. The beloved starts with 12 health and 14 stamina. They give you a bunch of ideas of actual characters, of names and things. Of course, I just put Icus at the end because that's what all you should do. Genesis dice are cool because you feel like a haruspex looking over the entrails of a goat. You interpret what the fuck you just rolled. The thing is, like, at its absolute basics, it's, do you roll a success? Cool, you rolled a success. Did you roll as many successes as you did with with failures? Cool, you succeed. Except it's like, oh, you rolled a success and a good boy point here, and so that means something completely different than if you roll a success and a bad boy point, and now something's there, and for some reason they cited George Michael in the character creation process. Yes, now occupation, just like, you just get a boost die. Boost dies are good. You like boost die. Everyone likes boost die. You like things going right. They do imply that the lover is an actual competent individual, while the beloved is your bottom bitch, who might top every now and again if he feels like it, but you're topping on the social sense. have no fear. As a proud, as a proud merchant man, as I plying my wares, as my glistening body, goes across the entire land. The hunky farmer man is like, "Hello there, sir. Let me help you carry those. Carry those goods." As he grabs my ass. You know how it goes. Come on. Make sure to buy my new book. New book by Notepad Add-on. Hot Gay Spartan Sex. Ah, man, I'm never leaving those accusations. So, the basic idea is that you also are going to be worshipping a god, the 12 gods of Olympus. Each of these are going to correspond to a skill. However, anytime your skill is by a god you worship, you actually reduce the difficulty by 1. So instead of rolling, say, 3 difficulty dice, you're only going to be rolling 2. Easy enough to understand. When in doubt, roll a d12, or just choose Dionysus. Now, there are some which are way better than others, like Artemis. Artemis has spears, which makes you able to attack people better. Or you can be Ares and allow you to wrestle people. Now, you may be wondering, why is wrestling good in this game? The answer is because of gay sex. I mean, you do also have various relationship traits, which they haven't finished, which is sex, mentoring, role modeling, respectful, honest, worshiping, true, and a bunch of other ones. 5 other ones. The next thing you do is place skill points. 1 skill points counts as 1 rank in the corresponding skill. Everyone gets 10 points. Then you choose a talent, and the talents aren't really too exciting. Most of them are like, make a check, and if you succeed, you heal stamina. Hey, make a check, get something. Make a check, get something. Or a lot of these passive ones. Now, obviously, Ericos, I gave him shield arm because I wanted his shield to be better. He's better at shielding people. And the beloved Asbestos of Core got inspiring rhetoric because he's not actually a very good fighter, but he's very good at leading people. He leads from the rear, you might say. You choose 2 kinds of armor and a shield. Wrestling is good because of Saga. Yeah, this is just one of those games where you can very clearly just say, hey, fuck it, gay sex. Now, these are our various things. If we're using a spear, we get to do... Spears are broken in this game, by the way. You may say, why are spears broken? Because they do a shit ton of damage, and they protect you. You don't take as much damage, versus a sword, which goes through armor, but who fucking cares? I deal more damage. Now, we also have Led Zeppelin. Yeah, a little bit. Now, the epic deeds of great heroes, frequent fast moving. Mostly it's by your intuition values. And at that point, it's, hey, incidentals you get to do at any time. Drop a weapon, release someone's character from holding, minor movements, shifting position, or speaking around a corner. Easy enough to understand. Nothing too exciting. Maneuvers are any activities that are not complex or warranted. You have 1 free, but you can burn stamina to perform more. I want to move, I want to draw a weapon, I want to take a shield, or dropping prone, anything like that. Now, this is the only piece of artwork in the game, and it does work. And honest to God, this game needs to do this. If the game can do this, it's going to do fine. Now, actions are anything else. And cool. Sometimes you're going to want to make a skill check. Sometimes you're going to be doing anything else. At its absolute core, you'll roll the appropriate dice pool for the relative combat check. Everything is difficulty 2. As the most basic idea, everything is going to be difficulty 2, unless it's modified by an opponent. So an opponent can make attacking them harder, but very rarely. It doesn't need to be. Deal damage in combat for each uncancelled success adds +1 damage to the weapon. So for example, 300 gay men, if we look at my blade score, I'm going to roll, if I rolled, let's say, 3 successes on my blades, I'm fucking cracked. Go down to my sword here, does 5. 3 successes, I would do 5 damage. I would do 5 damage to go wacky. Now, what can you spend what do you spend these on? No clue. Doesn't tell you. What happens when you get an injury? What does getting an injury mean? Do they tell you? Not really. Nope, they don't really tell you. What does divine favor do? Divine favor does something. It does do, in fact, something. What? No clue. Not the point. You're overthinking it if you want it to do something. That's kind of the game. Here's the thing. Is 300 gay men good? Is 300 gay men good? No, it's 0.1. It's not done yet. Nor do I think it will get done. But here's the thing. There's 2 things I want to take from this. Because I find this game interesting. There's a very important thing there. And I find this game interesting. I find this game interesting for 2 things. 1, the idea of having 2 characters. You have 2 characters that fundamentally work together. You need to work together. However, you can have Ericos work with another character, but they're not going to be as efficient. You fundamentally are kind of role-playing 2 characters, but you're role-playing 2 characters that are fundamentally different in the way they approach things. And you can build them to support one another and, you know, kind of like make up for flaws in what someone else's abilities, or you can actually make them to complement one another. Both are really good at fighting, both are really good at tactics. Both of them boost one another up or make up for their losses. This is an interesting idea, and I like this idea. This is a cool concept. As for the game, not done. Obviously, it's not done, and it's a weird Genesis system. I don't like custom dice. And I'll say I don't like custom dice because I don't like, well, as Ethical put it, I don't like acting like a horror specs trying to read the entrails of a goat to interpret what the fuck I just rolled. I like being able to roll a bunch of dice and say, okay, I scored a 4, 6, 4, and a 3. I got 2 4s, a 6, and a 3. I like being able to read that, not, I got a circle, circle, fucking moon, circle, and that's 2 successes. I don't much care for that. That's never been something I enjoy, especially when you start getting like, okay, I bought this die, so now I have to do this die to get this thing, to get this thing. And I'm like, wow, this is weird, and I don't much care for this. I think there's an idea here. I think there's a good idea. I think it's too early to tell if it'll be successful or not. And I would say that it needs to make a choice very early on of, are we being funny or are we not? And I say, are we being funny in the idea of, are we leaning into the fact that your game's name is 300 gay men, and we're going to have sexy posing men at one another as you fight mythological monsters as there are no women inside? Every woman you encounter is nothing but a horrible disaster piece. It's effectively the Greek Gachi Muchi game. Or are we going to try to make it vaguely historical? You know, what I mean by vaguely historical being like, yeah, there's social pressures and there's things going on, obviously. And it's more like a dramatic Greek hero sim where you play 2 characters who are fundamentally at one another's, who are back to back most of the time. It's fucking Company of 2, was that it? That has its own uniqueness to it. And will it do well? I don't know. Will it ever get finished? I don't know. We have one more game. We have one more game to go. and that is Heroine. Or Heroine, if you want to be a little bit persnickety about it. But if you give me 1 second, I am going to get some water, because I am thirsty. I'm a thirsty boy. Oh, yeah. Ha, loads. All right. Welcome to Heroine, a game about preteen girls. Okay, that's maybe not the best way to start this off with. However, not inaccurate. So, bruh. All right, here's again. We're starting this off with a bang. So let's go to Heroine TTRPG. Now, this is a game by Ginger Goat. And, yeah, played at Gen Con. It was a riot. Part of me wants to get the game behind a book that says Wizard Odd was created by Victor Fleming. So, it's Ginger Goat. People seem to like it. I looked at okay, I'm like, okay, who's Ginger Goat? And you kind of see it here. View All by Ginger Goat, which is a setting anthology for Heroine. Summer song, Sky is Gray and You Are Distressed. A short film, and Heroine. So I looked at Josh Jordan. What does this guy do? He is from Virginia. And he is aggressively normal. He has done nothing exciting. I couldn't find that he was secretly a murderer. Couldn't find anything too exciting. He just talks about magic and occasionally his weird hobbies. And I'm like, all right, fine, cool. We all like weird hobbies. And I'm like, all right, is there anything else exciting? Nope. All right. Done anything interesting? Nope. What have you... Most of the other things that he's published here are like You and I, a role-playing game for 2. It's a platinum seller, but cozy games, adventurous games, 8 billion authors. I'm like, okay, it's an anthology. What's Singularity about? It's a most innovative game for indie groundbreaker award. Transhuman dating show LARP. Oh. Doll. What's Doll? A storytelling game for 2. Plays a child whose pet has just died. Tall, puppet, or other toy. Uh... 359 words. 89 cents a word. Cool concept. Looks like it would be satisfied. Just couldn't get past paying $2 a page. Yeah, so this is apparently 2 pages. Yeah, yeah. Trump, Putin, game of political satire. Yeah, it's 11 pages for $4. Yeah, we're not literally looking at much here. Do we have anything else exciting? No. Of course not. What's on his website? Okay, let's go to his website. It's just his Twitter profile. Wow. Do we have anything else? No. Welcome to my perpetual nightmare. Now you may notice we don't have a character sheet, and that's on purpose. You saying that unlocked a memory of Panic. We actually went over Panic a long time ago, including Panic 2, where he added the funny mechanics. He added the cute and funny mechanics, so we don't talk about anymore. We don't talk about the cute and funny mechanics, Spartan. We're going to go to jail if we do that. We're going to go to the clink. We're not making it out of the hood if we do that. So what is Heroine about? Let's tell a brave story. And in case you're wondering, yes, all of the art in this game is actually well, it's actually like photographs. Through a portal to a strange land, our traveler becomes deadly challenged with daring, cleverness, and kindness. With a few quirky new companions, our protagonist saves the land from terrible ruin. Unlike in many stories, our brave traveler is a girl. We're actually playing an isekai story with this one. We learned a lot about ourselves, and technically this is supposed to be sold for 20 United States dollars. I'm paying that. What? Yeah, Daniel Solis, we meet again, Danny. Yeah, we see like all the model, like there's this thing by Axelrod here. By Jared Axelrod. I'm curious. I wanna Oh goodness. It's not Jared Axelrod anymore. Yeah, apparently they did the writing. Yeah. Sword and Larceny looks like they did a bunch of comic book stuff. Because you will see frequently throughout the chapter openings are. Let me see if we can find it. Come on. Kingdom of Carrion. So, Kingdom of Carrion. Yeah, I believe this was like a short story written by this person. That exists. Yep, that's... I'm going to gracefully ignore that. So, generally speaking, this game came out actually in 2013, though you kind of see Kingdom Carry copyright Jared Axelrod in 2012, used with permission. So, what is this game about? Oh no. Oh no. So, what is the basic of this game? What if we took Labyrinth and Wizard of Oz and Alice Adventures in Wonderland and made it really boring? Cool. What if those things were written by boring people with boring settings? That's what this game is. So, the basic idea is you need 3 people at minimum. One of you is going to be playing the heroine. Not heroine, you're going to be playing the heroine. The main character, a young girl, the center of the story. And everyone else is going to be either playing companions or the narrator. The narrator is describing things. Companions are those who are taking the role of her quirky new friends from the other world, because we're playing an isekai. Always remember that. We're playing an isekai. Now, the heroine is a troubled young lady whose obstacles in both the real world and magical otherworld threaten her growth from a child to an adult. She may be tempted with shortcuts and dishonesty, frightened by great dangers, or confused by the unknown. The heroine's player's primary goal is to exhibit heroine's tension while she attempts to overcome her obstacles with kindness, daring, and cleverness. Players should read Chapter 2, Heroine. Now, the basic premise is you're going to be telling a story. This is very easy. Change in narrating, beginning introductions, and everything is leading to a single role by the heroine. Everything is moving toward telling it for a single role by the heroine to overcome the challenge before them. The basic idea is that the heroine is going to introduce what is their character like. What are they like? What's the problem? What's the issues going on? What's leading to them falling into the other world, whether or not by their own choice? You can play a 8 to 18-year-old girl. Finally. Finally, I can live out Moot's dream of becoming the little girl. The heroine's player chooses herself or another player to narrate the conflict typical to the heroine's life. Before the conflict is resolved, something is going to happen. And then bad shit goes down. Oh no. Now, what is the bad shit? Well, generally speaking, I'm going to zoom through this a little bit because they explain this in graphic detail repeatedly. But the most basic understanding is that you're going to roll 2d6 and attempt to roll above an 8. That's all you need to do. That's the most basic thing in the world for you to do. Because you're going to announce, the heroine player is going to announce whether she is going to be successful, be heroic, or take a chance. And then she's going to take her 2d6 and she's going to roll, and if she beats an 8, congratulations, you've succeeded. However, there could also be troubles. If you're getting into trouble, you're making that roll a lot harder. And that's not very good. You don't want to give the heroine trouble, because if you bring too much trouble, things are going wrong. However, trouble also gets you drama points, which lets you help people later on. And that is what it is. It's a move, effectively. Except there's only 3 moves. And that's it. But then the narrator can spend magic mystical points to do things, such as a division or injury, which we will learn about in their respective chapters. And then the conclusion. We've completed all 3 chapters. The narrator announces the end of the chapter. The story is moving toward a conclusion. And that's that. Do you succeed? Do you fail? It doesn't matter. Is Has the heroine fucked up repeatedly? If the heroine is a fucked up consistently kind of person, then yeah, she's probably ruined everything and generally everyone's happy to see her leave. If she was really good and heroic and nice and kind and everything went really well, then people are going to be really sad that she's leaving and she's going to have to deal with that. And then it's going to be a companion's conclusion. Viewers, if the narrator has a fusion option, the story ends with narrator's conclusion below. So, the companion's conclusion narrates the heroine manages to return home safely from the outer world, and we see the heroine using what she's learned in the other world to help solve problems in her regular life. Oh no, the companions are concluding the story. Generally speaking, it's the, man, this is nice, but hey, it happens. However, if the narrator describes things, some of the characters in the magic is coming back with her. Of course, there's also the heroine ending, in which things go horribly wrong for everyone involved. So, let's learn about how to play a heroine. As a heroine, congratulations, you're the main character. Now, this is a game with a very explicit main character. You are the heroine. You are the most important character in the story, and you are going to decide everything. Do you have stats? No. Do you have abilities? No. Do you have the only ability to roll the dice that matter? Yes. You have problems, and you need to fix things. What's their problem? She's grieving. She's desperate. You want to play Forsworn. Forsworn, is that it? Forspoken. You're jealous. You're angry. You're embarrassed. You're shamed. You're isolated by her vast intelligence. And you're pretty much just playing the role of this character. You're playing a 10-year-old girl, if you want, going on a magical adventure to another world. You're getting isekai'd. Except it's a lady isekai, which is far more rare, and you're not becoming the villainous. Do you realize how many villainous isekai there are? There's too much. I refuse to play Forspoken. You can't make me. Like, villainous isekai is very common to the point of hilarity to me, and I find that really interesting. Ooh. Mm. Yeah. Generally speaking, anytime you're facing a challenge, you have these three options: heroic, successful, or taking a chance. Oh no! General Rataton, the antagonist, poisoned all of the bamboo in the Pandalali Empire. The hero and her companions have convinced all of his guards to let them into his secret chamber. What happens when they capture the general? When you are being heroic, does something admirable, but she still may not triumph. If you roll a 7, but if you roll a 7 or lower, you fail to actually overcome the challenge, but still manage to behave heroically. If it's 8 or you succeed. That's it. That's what you're rolling. One of the ideas is you want to be heroic, kind, good, noble, and all these other bullshit. You want to be good, and you want to try to do things, so we roll our dice, and I've got myself a 7, so I failed. 7, 3, 5. I rolled a 9. Good job, me. I've successfully be heroic. It's one of those things where it's like, okay, if you choose to be heroic, you then have to be successful or take a chance, or you can't just spam be heroic constantly. And they actually talk about this quite a bit. Because if you be successful, is you actually will always overcome the challenge. You will never not win. However, you are going to be confused, afraid, or selfish. But if you rolled out, you overcome the challenge in a clever, daring, or kind manner, which is a copy-paste of the previous statement. But don't think about it too hard. But if you chose to be that, you have to choose something else. Effectively, you can do... In a way, you can be heroic, successful. This is what the ideal outcome is, that you're always just rolling effectively a single time. And you're like, cool, but what's take a chance is, hey, you fail and nothing, you fail and nothing good happens. You're succeeding heroically. That's really it. Even if you do it, it's like, oh, you still do it heroically. Think people like it. Yeah, the entire idea of playing a heroine is being like, oh, well, I'm in a story. If you don't have a strong answer, take a chance. You let your answer the question guide whether you guide what you want to do. It's all about storytelling. It's all about the challenges the narrator puts in front of you. You don't know what the challenges are, obviously. You're just making a guess. And that's the Pandalali Empire. Yes, the Pandalali Empire. We're playing walkthrough, thank you very much. We've always been playing walkthrough. Why are people sending me these memes? No. No, mashallah. So, the narrator. What's the narrator do? Well, the narrator is your job is to narrate shit. Your job is to bring problems. You ask questions, you invoke problem. The biggest thing which you want to do is you want to establish a theme of the other world, and you want to establish a problem. There's never a right answer. There's always multiple answers to reach a goal. You can take, you might be, hey, there are two good options here. Someone can help you across the bridge, but this person can help you across the mountains. Both of them are good options, but both of them have problems, have risks, have issues with them, obviously. These are problems. These are issues. And then suddenly things start getting a lot less good. And it's like, well, we want to set the scene. Hey, what are inspiring plays? What dangers is there? Can the characters do this? And the answer is yes, obviously. You're always going to be able to do anything you want because nobody actually has any stats or ability to do anything except the challenge, get into trouble, or help the heroine. That's really it. And the idea is, hey, offer choices of like 2 bad-looking options, 3 unknown allies, a safe mediocre reward or a grand but risky one, a painful medicine now or a debilitating disease later. Do you want to deal with something now or do you want to deal with something later? Do you want to deal with do you have multiple good options but very bad options or something like that? And it's like, what's the beneficial event? Use an event to help move the story forward when you're doing this. When you're at the scene, plenty of ideas for their characters. You don't need an event in every chapter. And it's like, cool, what do we use events for? To talk about people, to put events, you're like trying to push the story along. Quite literally, most of this game is like how to GM and like how to set up a scene and like how to do things like that, but written in a way to be pretentious. And in case you're like, oh, why are you zooming through this game so fast? Because legitimately most of it is, oh, well, set up a scene. Okay, what the scene look like? Well, if you set up a scene, you can do this, and then you create a benefit. Okay, what do the characters roll? They don't. It's like, oh, there's... And it's very much not... Because you don't really have anything to do, you just kind of have to roll with it. It's like, okay, after the first 2 chapters, so effectively possibly even the last chapter, the narrator can inflict an injury or division. Injuries make things hard. You know, it can spend drama points, or you can divide challenges. Effectively, if you injure someone, you say, hey, you can no longer help the heroine here because you got shot in the knee with an arrow. Or you can injure the heroine, and they have a -1 to her roll during the challenge at the end of this chapter. Oh no. That's effectively, you can fuck companions up, but you can hinder the heroine pretty badly. A -1 is a lot in this system, because that makes it so you have to roll a 8 or you have to roll a 9 or higher, which if you are already dealing with some problems, that could be 10, 11, or even 12 or higher. And if you are rolling 12 or higher on 2d6, that's a very small chance. Now, a division is when you split one character from another. Welcome to literally physically mandated splitting the party. The GM can say, nah, fuck you. Conflict until the end of the next chapter. Choice to make for their character. They're divided into prison. There's interesting people to negotiate with, or experimental magic to escape, for example. Oh no. And they're like, yeah, do it. And it's like, what do they do actually? Because the big thing what you're doing is you're building these drama points. Drama points are the most important thing in the entire world. This is a meta currency because you can use it to feature the antagonist. Hey, what are the antagonists trying to do? What are they doing? Well, they're trying to make things horrible for you. When the antagonist shows up, they can do injuries and divisions. They can break people apart and they can move people around, and they can also say, hey, I am here to literally make your life worse. And that's really it. You're trying to antagonize them, you're trying to stop them, you're trying to collaborate, trying to get an idea, you're trying to help people, maybe you're trying not to, and then you're trying desperately to make sure that it works. Because there are 14 drama points right in the center of the table. Now, anytime the companions try to help the heroine, hey, you get drama. Cool. This is great. Hey. And you're maybe like, hey, spend 1 drama point from the challenge to describe how one suffers division. Spend 2 drama points anytime for the challenges. The best way to think about it is the narrator is getting drama points by virtue of people trying to help the heroine or the heroine failing. Companions get drama points by getting into trouble and making the heroine's life miserable. You want drama points because it makes sure that you can help people. Oh, did Manly already get gunned down? Yes, Manly got shot 5 seconds after he showed up. Many such cases. Now, I want you to look at this 8 to 18-year-old girl in the arms of this very large man. I want you to remember that this is an 8 to 18-year-old girl and there's nothing weird going on here. Do not think about it too hard. If you are thinking about it too hard, you're a sick freak. Wait, did you know that I wrote a Blue Archive game? So, what do companions do? Companions do things that help, but maybe not. Do they have any bonuses? Do they get any rolls? Not really. Not really. So anytime you get into trouble, oh no, I'm in trouble. I'm gonna get into trouble. I've rolled an 8. I actually got into a lot of trouble. I get 3 drama points, and I get to tell the player that she is going to have a penalty to her roll at this chapter's challenge. Oops, sorry, I got into trouble, and now I have you have a -2 on your roll. For example, you hurt someone's feelings, you break something that doesn't belong to you, you use the limited resource that the other characters need. However, the heroine, if you roll high, the heroine manages to help you. It's great. She has no penalty, but you only get 2 drama points. Damn. But if you pay a drama point, she gets a +2 to her roll. And everyone who pays after only contributes +1. So what you want to do is you want to get into trouble early, then use your good boy points to fuck around and find out. But you can also use these to get around problem. Now, when a heroine is unsuccessful, you can pay 2 drama points, and it's not that bad. Hey, you did not, hey, we failed saving this person, but we have a way to find them. Or, hey, this happened, but you avoided the major part of the consequence, but none of us are hurt, or whatever like that. And you're spending drama to do that. Alternatively, you can spend 4 drama points, so effectively you have to get in trouble twice to say fuck you and become the narrator. Yeah, you could say fuck you. I am the narrator now. I am more important. I am the storyteller. So you can literally steal the narrator position from your friends by failing miserably and making the heroine's life more miserable. So congratulations. You can just make everyone's life worse. Are you happy now? Are you good? Are you content with your lot in life by making all of our lives miserable? But yeah, generally speaking, you get a companion by helping the heroine, but you need to get in trouble first. You're kind of making that gamble of bad things happen, good things happen. Third, Garrick doing an elaborate chain of events that would cause to affect the heroine. Perhaps you're fighting a wolf who howls, which startles some cattle a few miles away into that stampede, which disrupts the heroine's showdown at high noon miles away from you. Kiss a butterfly to cause a flood. And then it's just like a little bit more guidance on chapters. Generally speaking, they kind of help you like, hey, this is what you're going to be doing. This is how you want to do things, or the definitions. And this is the actual overview of play. This is the very basic way of doing things. Then you say, hey, then you're going to narrate whoever is the one. And then you narrate how the story ends. And then you go back around. And I also realize that they fucked up and put introduction twice. Oh goodness. Is Heroine a good game? No. Why would I ever fucking say that? The game sucks. Weird story game that is trying to be a bunch of different things, but isn't really any of them at all. It's just kind of bad. It's bad in the worst kind of way. It's boring. Is this someone's game? I don't know. And if it is someone's game, I don't know whose game it is. Because it's not good. But this is also written by someone who clearly does LARPs. If this was a LARP, then yeah, I could maybe see it. It would be kind of weird being like, ah, yes, you, hello, woman, you are now going to be a teenage girl, and I will be the buff, burly man monster. I am going to be a buff, burly man monster. Oh, hey, hello, teenage girl. That would be weird. That would be incredibly strange for every single human being involved, and we're all going to cringe at the mention of it. But that is the scandalous case of romance TRPGs. Yeah, romance games are hard. There aren't many romance TRPGs out there. There are very, very few romance TTRPGs, actually. And there are some pretty good reasons for it. Did you get games like Starcrossed? Starcrossed is actually just a, well, it's Jenga. It's Jenga about being in a relationship, and it looks really, really boring. But then it's like, oh, well, what's this? It's a, what's Eyes on the Prize? It looks like it's a weird, like it looks like, oh, it's ballroom dancing, and like, what the fuck is this? Why the fuck are there stones here? And then it's just like, oh, it's Apocalypse Keys, or it's a small town drama, or a lot of times when the concept of romance gets brought up, it becomes a gimmick. That when you say it's a game about romance, you're actually saying this is a game that's going to have a stupid gimmick where romance is tagged on there for something vaguely appropriate. Or it's a weird hack that's about having sex with another person. And you're like, wow, that's interesting. Ooh. We still need to go over Alchemistress. I have Alchemistress, by the way. Yeah, we have Alchemistress and their weird yaoi hands. Yeah, we're gonna go over this one eventually. Oh no, it's gay. Like there's just not many games that handle this. Like for a variety of reasons, because why would there be? There are a bunch like this. Romance works as a storytelling medium. People who play tabletop role-playing games are historically really bad at telling a story. Because unfortunately, we are not actually professional writers like we would believe we are. We're a bunch of dumbasses on the internet. And we would, again, love to believe that we're all these genius writers and genius, oh, yes, of course, we're all these incredibly competent individuals who definitely know what we're doing, and in fact, not just a bunch of dumbasses. But, that's the nature of... So, let's take a look at Kickstarter, obviously. So, ended project, Song of Sirens. Yeah, and the Defenders of the Wild. Heartfelt TTRPG about healing and spirits. Well, good. Steel and Scale. We'll take a look on that one. That looks interesting enough. Well, this one looks interesting. I'm curious when it comes out. Morticians. Unsurprising that succeeded. Hidden Isles. Tarot. My mom sent me that one, by the way. My mom sent me a few RPGs at this point because she's like, oh my goodness, Notepad. Oh my goodness, Notepad. It's the greatest thing ever. Just want to make sure because just gotta make sure people are not being silly billies and deciding that they want to post their real name randomly on here because they're fucking idiots. So, newest tabletop games. So, let's talk about Kickstarter games. I mean, what could possibly go wrong? I mean, it's just Kickstarter games, and it's an STL file. Good start. Good start. Good start. Good start. Fucking bug. Okay. New 5e classes for old school basics. What? Oh. I love Kickstarter. I love democracy. How to roleplay a guide. Okay, my favorite game of trying to interpret Japanese Kickstarters. So let's hit translate to English. Hiding Identity: The Hourglass of Life. Konos to reprint and distribute analog games that are masterpieces but are not reprinted. Difficult to obtain due to various reasons. First stage of the collaboration with Toy Drop. Big board games aiming to reprint Identity Concealment System, Hourglass of Life. Limited Valence sells TTRPGs. Yes, Konos. Oh, I'm glad Konos is doing something. Konos is actually a website you can buy a bunch of games from. Take a young girl with a few days left to live and aims to reach the goal before the hourglass of life runs out. However, the diseased demon camp, because the good life, is mixed in with the healing camp. It cures the girl's illness. Let's see. Do we get an idea of how to play the game? No, we're not going to learn how to play the game. All we damn well know is that you are playing a girl who is dying of cancer. Alright. Based. Alright. Divine card game. Alright. Where are you from, Manav Shah? California. Pasadena. Alright. Biblical mythology. The Chinese zodiac. Indian mythology. Oh. Is not a TRPG. Okay, there. Thank God. So these are little over designed. Let's say AI art. Not AI art. The art looks kind of dog shit. So the taxi, the enemy party as a whole. Those cards look fucking huge. I mean, those are massive fucking cards. Like, what's the... Oh... Absolutely nothing in Mechtors is created using AI, except for the card art. Yeah, that's a little bit of a gamer play. Nothing in this card game is written except the cards. All right. Manav Shah, you fool. Yeah, that AI, like, I was like, yeah, this has a bunch of AI stuff on it. Because look at some of the... Like, I get kind of the idea, like, oh, the really early AI stuff looks kind of like... This all looks like fucking, Night Cafe. Yeah, this looks like Night Cafe. That's what I'm seeing here is a bunch of night cafe art and like. Yeah, that's little odd. Art's expensive. Oh, I know that much. It's one of those things where it's the cards look really big, and I'm like, I don't know about this because like you can make an art. It's one of those weird thing with cards, like card games, being like, oh well, you have some that aren't art, and it's just like as long as you're using a good model, I could say that. But it looks like he's using Night Cafe, and Night Cafe is fucking weird. Night Cafe, you get some weird shit. System neutral, anime inspired. No, we're not doing this. Audiobook. Okay, that's kind of cool. Oh my soul to the company store. It's mother. It's 16 tons, and what do you get? Another day older and deeper in debt. St. Peter, don't you call me 'cause I can't go. I owe my soul to the company store. There we go. Boom. I used to do the entire base of that song, because well, fun fact, when your voice sounds naturally like this most of the time, people are like, "Oh, you have a really deep voice." But I pitch it up for videos and such because you put it in my head again. Oh, it'll go anytime I see it. It goes. It's a great fucking song. Uh, let's see. Hellside, that looks awful. Demon Ninja, alright. Echoes of the Eyeless Lathe. Oh, Goomer. Goomer, what are you doing, Goomer? Goomer, no! A world building zine. Oh. Oh boy. Block games. Shadow Spark. Designed for use with Shadow Dark. Oh boy. This is rom-com drama bomb. Okay. Old school system tools. Dinosaur erotica. Against the gloom. Our flag means death metal. Alright. Come on. Get Teenage Odyssey. Nope. That looks really boring. Sci-fi mass battles. Wow. Love on reality Duels of Trivia TCD-dual format. Get a card of your original character. OC Donut Steel. Oh my goodness. Shot Glass Adventures. Cool. Three games about life. Home map making RPG. That's cool. Look at that. It doesn't look my kind of game, but it looks interesting. But interesting is all we need nowadays. Why is it all 5e stuff? Oh god. Okay, cool. Ace of Aces. It's just an Ace of Aces. Oh my, oh my. A 5e isekai RPG. Oh no. It's Nefertiti Overdrive 2.0. I know that game. Thrice Fantasy D3s. All right. I saw a little bit on you. You got kind of got shit on a little bit, but it's wrong. But oh no, Snoot game power. Snoot game. Yeah, you if you go on Amazon, you can find quite a bit of dinosaur erotica. Why is there a lot of dinosaur erotica out there? I don't know, but it is definitely interesting. Not that I've read any of it, I just know that it exists. Wow, we are at the bottom of the barrel right now. We are looking real. We are scraping the barrel, and we are getting very desperate. All right, let's go through it. Hell's Side. I want to know. Rich will make contact. The other side is powerful outpouring of emotion. Hell's Side is a sci-fi occult tabletop game by a semi-randomness of a Twitter, X, or Tumblr feed. Roll some regular peoples whose smartphones have connected to the other side. Someone must follow at least 10 accounts, each to reveal something about them. Their list of following an A-list celebrity, a political figure they agree with. Oh, God. Oh, my God. Stop existing. Demon Ninja. We're going to be cool, right? It's going to be Demon Ninja. Military Horror TTRPG. Of dark special commando agents. A secret mission from dealing with infected hosts. Terminating renegade agents. Sabotaging enemy operations. What the fuck? Alright. Companion somber supernatural command of old Japan special forces. Lovecraft. It's always Lovecraftian. It's always Lovecraftian. No one can do anything other than Lovecraft. Because Lovecraft is the first and last fucking cosmic horror. Okay, let's, what's the... Yeah, it's just Lovecraft, like... Yeah, Disciple Studios. Forever, Kunar lineage, whenever they sit down with Demon Ninja games. So the... Okay, so the entire gimmick is you have a... You literally build a meta resource outside of the game, and that's the gimmick. Let's see. Drop one. Dojo version is simple fun that you learn. Attempts attack the important reasonable chance failure. Player 26 times dies, and discards one of them at its choice. Added the proper character trait is indicated the game master end results compared to the next difficulty. If the end result equal to or higher than established, so you just drop the low. It's 3d6 drop the lowest. All right. Wow, single hit you deal. Yeah, you're Demon Ninja, even though you all appear to be samurai. Mouse Rita Portuguese, so they're Portuguese. Yeah, so yeah, they're Portuguese. That's why it kind of reads a little odd. That's, alright. Palicals. Palgals. Wow, you're not even trying. Shrines. What are we doing in shrines? Empty mouth, nothing can die. Outhouse. Meatheads. What are we doing? One muscle building volume. Linked to chainmail. Linked to tempered with the and hammered with inspiration of White Hack, Wolves, and Troika. Alright. What do we actually do? Appendix M. Alright, it's a meme. It's a meme game. It's a 2d6 versus AC combat system. Alright, 2d6. Dinosaur erotica. What do we... That's cool. Moon exploration come 5 Epic Warpath. Wait. Ah. Cool, it's Alessio Cavatore. That's by Mantic. Oh, that's kind of cool. I like how Alessio's keep doing things. Alessio Cavatore is really cool. He's done pretty good stuff, relatively speaking. This company, not so much, but we deal with it. I mean, fuck, this thing is going to be fucking huge, I can tell you that much. Will it ever get bought? Probably not, but it's really cheap. Jesus. 89 euro for 2 fucking plastic armies, 310 minis. Jesus. That thing's fucking huge. You get 149 euro. 149 euro, you can get a lot of shit here. I mean, hard plastic. I mean, I guess it could be like, so in total you would need, so it gets, actually with all the core army, you get 4 core armies. So you would get all 4 of them. I mean, that's not too bad. What's the gimmick? Easy to learn D100 system. During action scenes, high stakes battle, enter the metaverse. No. Build a mech, it's storytelling game, Ace of Aces expansion. I gotta just. Oh god, why is it powered by the 5th engine? Robust structure of 5e of story games. I hate every single one of you. I fucking despise you. And I wish you would get hit by a fucking car. Repeatedly. The fuck? The 5th engine. Powered by the 5th engine. Fucking. The fuck are you smoking? 5th engine. Is this a thing? Ooh, Jesus. Is the reason for she asked me what my favorite dinosaurs, bro. Lovecraft is the Alpha and Omega, the man. Let's see. So 5th, not the 5th epoch engine. This is the 5th engine, which is the worst name ever created by man. I mean, there's got to be Mechaverse Kaiju funding unsuccessful, or Fate Core. So he just re-released this one under a different name. So where's the 5e in this? That's my question. Where's the 5e in? Because I'm like trying to figure out like okay, where's the 5e there? And there's no 5e, and I don't know what the fuck he's on about. page count will be about 30 pages. Oh. Yeah, that ain't gonna be it. Nefertiti Overdrive. We've actually talked about Nefertiti Overdrive before. Nefertiti Overdrive is by a company we've done a few things with. He's interesting. Centurion is an interesting game. Centurion has some things with it, and others of them are not. And technically, they're sword noir. Yeah. So, doing a second edition. Thrice. This game got shat on because they were like, oh, you're using his artwork without proper citation. That was like the big thing, is like you're not using it with proper citation, even though they were. Will it be good? I don't know. Let's see. Looks like they are using some AI art stuff. Yeah, some were. They've got some. I mean, alright. Seeds of Discord. It's an Italian game, because of fucking course it's Italian. 3 strategic elements of poker, intriguing cyberpunk espionage. Awesome. Oh. Alright, what's the game? Poker mechanics. Kogarashi-san. Was she a cool game? Who can play a true D6 system? 5e players. Solo leveling. Oriental. I have no fear for veterans and grognards. Doshi, all this is all my art stuff. This one-shot dungeons, crawl out, Hexian, Pentaquest, Echa Force. This could be very funny in the room. I distinctly remember this. Because it had the fucking weird 3D models. I remember that now. Who's pinging me? No, Nazgul, I do not wish. Oh! That's not how my back's supposed to sound. That's a fun and exciting sound. What are you? Out in the Black Hack. Nope. Goodbye, Black Hack. Bork. I love Bork. Bork's the greatest game of all time. There's nothing wrong with it. Nothing wrong at all. It's the best game ever created by man. Oh. You ever just feel like... You ever just feel hopeless? Like, man, like, no matter what I do, like, nothing matters. And then people keep buying the same shit over and over again, and they're like, why is nothing changing? Why are we keep getting the exact same games over and over again? Why do I want to buy, like, but I have to buy this brand new 5e powered fucking game? Then you realize that it doesn't matter whatever you do. Then you just feel sad. You realize nothing matters. This is making all its money. People keep telling me to go over City of Mist, but City of Mist is also 8 billion fucking pages, and it's like, People have told me City of Mist is good, but I don't believe them entirely. Yeah, this one's gonna do pretty well, I think. Will it hit 1 million? Probably not, but it'll definitely hit about. I would say it's gonna. With the initial funding over, I thought that said autistic fantasy. It'll probably hit 650. That'll be my goal. Swears. What are you, Troika? Anime games. I know you. First games released by I know Japanime games. I know these things. It's like that weird made game, Art of the Crown, and you're supposed to do a bunch of things with it. Yep, they even have the expansion. I can't wait for it. I cannot wait for it to end up on Tabletop Simulator. But yeah, it doesn't look like anything too productive here. May as well go and complete our full setup. Let's just take a look at itch.io as usual. End my my sojourn. Come on, there's got to be something good, something positive, something to invigorate the heart, something to. We can't all be suffering. This is impossible. We cannot be suffering. We cannot be happy. We must find something in this darkness. There is not. What is there? Are we but misery? Shall we be condemned to nothing but misery? Pain? I believe we are. Oh. 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 Yeah. Gilla released his new game. Reaper. Die 20, the Fist Bestiary. Goblins. It's goblins. Do you want to find my goblin story? Hello, it's me, the goblins. Barely a game. Kill bigots. Oh. Oh. I'm tired, kings. Tired of seeing this all. Nothing changes. Nothing goes forward. Thank you all for watching. My name is Notepad Anon. Hope you had a fun time here. A little bit shorter than usual. But if you have any questions, feel free to ask. Godspeed, good luck. I'm always available in my server. You know where I am. Most likely I'll be in there tonight, tomorrow. Don't quite know what's going on tomorrow, but we'll wing it. So, thank you all. I am, as they say, away, Paloo, Palay.